我再这样，
屁在那怕死。
还是个不密实。Katalakan na po.
Go to shut down.
Ay, kuyatula ngithi. Kuyaqhubeka. Asibe nyingo. This is how democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. This is how democracy feels like. This is how democracy looks like. This is how democracy feels like. This is how democracy feels like. Whose streets? Our streets. Whose streets? Our streets. Whose bodies? Our bodies. Whose bodies? Our bodies. Amanda. Asina. Balo, ale desiye.
From Cape to
Uyaruna, 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 bapiluke tata gopi. Uyaruna, 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 bapiluke tata gopi.
Izokozobo, ingoma yomzabalazo. Maqabane,
Maqabane,
Maqabane, Maqabane,
Maqabane,
Maqabane, Maqabane, Banamela, ziki ziki, izokozobo, ingoma yomzabalazo. Banamela, ziki ziki, izokozobo, ingoma yomzabalazo. Maqabane, 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 Maqabane,
Maqabane,
Banamela, ziki ziki, izokozobo, ingoma yomzabalazo. Banamela, ziki ziki, izokozobo, ingoma yomzabalazo.
Amanda, Amanda, Amanda. Forward with human rights, forward. Forward with women, human rights, forward. Forward with gender equality, forward. Amanda.
Okay, not yet. Don't forget that. I wish. She said you okay, how are we starting? What's the last song? MC.
Democracy feels like.
This is how democracy feels like.
What democracy feels like.
This is what democracy feels like.
What democracy feels like.
This is what democracy feels like.
This is what democracy looks 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 like.
Yes. Amandala. Amandala.
Okay, fine. All right. Good morning, everyone. Apologies for the late start. My name is Sibongile Ndashe. We are going to start. Our moderator is going to join us, but I would like the speakers for this panel to make their way here. Mandisa, Nontle, yes. Auntie Bibi, is she in the room? She was. Someone get it. Good. So, we would like to welcome you to today's convening. Thank you so much for making the time to come here. Today is the 1st of August, and the 1st of August is the so-called Women's Month in this country, but it's also an opportunity for us to remember a momentous occasion 8 years ago, where a number of women across this country decided to send a very strong message that says, we can and we will shut down this country if those in power are not willing to create a South Africa that is free from violence. We are here to honor that moment, not as the beginning of the struggle, but as a very important moment in our struggle, because it reminded us that the reason why we have Women's Month called Women's Month was very many years ago. There was another generation of women that decided that oppression was not their portion, and that they were also willing to do what that political moment demanded of them. So today, in honor of that memory, we have decided to come together and take stock of what has happened between 2018 and 2026, those 8 years. So what we promise you today is a day of reflection, a day of recollection, rebuilding community, and hopefully making another commitment to work together towards this struggle. We have a number of panels that we have planned for you. And I was a fake moderator. The real moderator is here. So I am
Thank
moderator.
Thank you, fake moderator. Thank you for doing a daily. Just very short. Good morning. Good morning. Sanbonani. Machero. Hey, yeah. I mean, today is the 1st of August, right? Yeah. You remember where you were in 2018 on the 1st? Mama Buni, do you remember where you were?
No, darling, I don't remember that.
It's that age.
Ask me about yesterday.
Yeah.
Sorry, thank you.
So for all of us, I think 2018, and you're going to hear from the panelists themselves, what that day meant to some of them, to some of you. Living in a country that takes so much out of you on a daily basis, right? That it had to take all of that in 2018 for us to be where we are today, right? And in our reflections, we have to be honest with ourselves on how do we make these voices that we have been loudly trying to shout and scream to the powers that be, that loudness and screaming gets managed. And how does it get managed? Are we complicit in getting it managed? So we need to do those reflections, and I'm hoping that my panelists are going to do justice to that. They will introduce themselves because there's not a government session where we read a long CV, right? And the whole session that was meant to be 1 hour, the 45 minutes of that session is taken by people reading the CVs of the individuals. So here it's about, our work speaks for itself, right? You get to know the individuals because of the work that they do. So I'm going to start with Mandisa because she was part of, that's when I met her during that time. And the beauty with 2018 was that we didn't know each other. There was no one from the ANC Women's League. There was no one from, and I think Women's League was, so it was women who were driven and passionate about the work that needed to be done and felt strongly about it, right? So we didn't know each other. And we worked brilliantly precisely because there were no egos. The egos came later, but the egos were not there because there was a task at hand that needed to be done and be executed well. And I must applaud the many women in 2018 because they executed, right? And executed very well. You had those working behind the scenes like Sibongile and Dashe and others. With 2018, the difference with that protest action, and I've always said it, is that by the time we took to the streets, we knew what we wanted because we had the 24 demands. So government could not jigger and play, I don't know. Yeah, it's simply telling you this is what needs to be done, right? And they acquiesced to one thing, and they gave us that by giving us a summit in 2018 because we asked for it, right? It led, that 2018 summit led to us having a national strategic plan and then having another summit that they can talk to. So yeah, let me give you the opportunity to do reflections since 2018. You were, when I met you, Mandisa is a force in many ways. But what I love about her is once she gets into it, she puts every ounce of time and effort into the work. So thank you for always doing that. So we can never doubt your passion for this work. So go ahead.
You said we must introduce ourselves first, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. My name is Mandisa Kanyile. Hi. Amadu. Anyway. So, my name is Mandisa Kanyile. I am a GPV activist and a sex work activist. I came into the space with the agenda to decriminalize sex work in our lifetime. Right. My reflections on today. Today is a very meaningful day. For, I think, all of us, because I recognize most of the faces in the room. We're crying together there at Union Buildings when the police were beating us. So the journey towards the 1st of August 2018 didn't start even in 2018. It started more in 2017. And I tell the story often, so you'll add where I have not ended. And I'm going to end, as I said, in 2020, because I don't want to go after them. But in 2017, a bunch of feminists on Facebook started to make the hashtag Men Are Trash trend on social media. And that was to create awareness around not just the apathy, but the sense of GBV stigmatization and people basically turning the other eye, and people are making misogynistic comments when their brothers and friends are beating their wives, etc., etc. So that galvanized a couple of people around the issue of gender-based violence and femicide. And so in January of 2018, Ulolo put up a post on Facebook saying, why don't we shut down the country in August to bring the attention to the issue of gender-based violence and femicide. And so we then started a group on Messenger for the couple of people that put their hands up to say, want to be part of the journey of organizing this thing. And we then, the original idea was we were only going to have 3 different march sites. We were going to march to the Supreme Court of Appeals in Bloemfontein. We were going to march to Parliament in Cape Town. We were going to march to Union Buildings in Pretoria. And then due to interest, especially from the other provinces that weren't in those 3 sites, they were like, well, we want to march somewhere too. We want to bring attention to the issues of our province, et cetera, et cetera. And it wasn't just within the borders of South Africa. Comrades outside of South Africa, Botswana wanted to march with us, Kenya wanted to march with us, et cetera, et cetera. And so that started the journey of people people to coming together, starting these WhatsApp groups wherever they are and organizing around the issues in their area. Then, of course, the Facebook group was then formed. The women from all around the country joined that Facebook group, and they started a hashtag saying, I will march with you. So every Thursday, we would wear black and red, and we would say exactly what we are marching for on the 1st of August. We would tell basically our GBV stories using that platform. And also just to bring awareness to the nation every Thursday, which, by the way, we have a mission on the 1st of August that we're going to achieve. Of course, this is also where the journey of the beginning of the 24 demands began. Women started to say, what do they think are the potential solutions for gender-based violence and femicide? And then Usbongile and Brenda and a couple of other comrades came together and they collated that information and they drew up what is now the 24 demands. The day comes, prior to that, we started to have weekly meetings with civil society organizations within the Call to Action Collective. And Unonhlanhla said, guys, these demands are beautiful, but what's going to happen on the 1st of August when the president just puts them in the bin when we're done? And so we said, we're not leaving on the 1st of August without the primary demand of there being a gender summit. The reason why we wanted this gender summit is that we wanted actionable items on these 24 demands. Each of those demands actually had a deadline. Yep. And those deadlines were within 24 months, all of them. So we wanted basically an action plan for how the state is going to meet all 24 of these demands. A come get 1st of August, all the other marches happened. We were supposed to be done by 1 o'clock after the moment of silence. So now we're still out in the streets at 1 o'clock. So we stopped in the middle of the road, as you all remember, and we sat down, Sakala, and we did the things. And we eventually arrive at Union Buildings. We get there, now we're not at the pand. And we're like, how? Cyril and then? Cyril stood us up. And he stood us up knowing that we were coming because most we had the permits and he knew that the agenda was to meet up with him. I think to be honest, he failed to see that we actually had been mobilizing for months for this thing and we were going to get the numbers. So when he started seeing us trending there, Cabo CNN and everything, I was like, oh, maybe I should pitch. So he arrived in the middle of the night with his delegation after the police had assaulted us. And I know that some women, even in this room, had opened cases against the South African police for the way that we were brutalized on the 1st of August. So he came, he accepted the demands, and he did say that we are going to get our summit. We then said, okay, let's get our act together now. It was great that we galvanize around these demands, but let's have an understanding so that when we go to that summit, we speak in one voice and we get all of the things that we want into these final documents. So we then had the pre-summit that happened around October of 2018. We came together, civil society organizations from all 9 provinces. We kicked the men out of the room. You will remember. And we had those conversations, which came up with what we now call the GBV Bible. So we had that printed document. We took our GBV Bible with us to the summit. We then had most, if not all, of the demands that we wanted in there met, and that came out as the summit declaration. This was.
I'm going to pause for a second. I'll tell you why. It's good that you give us the background. What I want to hear from you is that moment, 2018, where you had organized the way we did. How come we could not sustain that movement? I want you to talk to
You really want me to talk about that?
No. Part of the work that we're doing as we reflect is talk about why is it that we have not been able to sustain women's movements in this country, right? So if you look at our history, is that we've had many intervals of we start something, we're good at that moment, and then it fizzles out, right? So what happens? Why is it that it's happening, right? We have the Women's National Coalition, if for those who are younger, and I know that many of you are young here, you might not know the Women's National Coalition. That was, non-partisan. It was just for women. It had a particular mandate. And once the mandate was done, I think it's disbanded, right? You then have the progressive women, who was also supposed to be non-partisan, but at the end it was hijacked by the ANC Women's League, COSATU and SACP, and nothing happened, right? So here's a movement that is totally different from all of that, right? Why, right? And we don't have to respond now because I want to get to the others, right? And come to the young one and talk about your involvement in movement building, but you were part of the total shutdown, by the way, right? You came in later.
Came in later.
So talk to us about movement building and what your contribution is. What is it that you are doing to ensure that there's movement building?
Well, I do want to start by saying that I had come from 2016, the Chapter 212 university-wide protests, and I was part of the RU reference list protests that happened at Rhodes. And so for me, movement began at Rhodes. Can you hear me?
Shop steward.
Okay. So movement building, especially like movement building around, rape culture and rape in particular within the university space began at Rhodes. And so when I came into total shutdown, I was truly coming from that space, having organized in that space and having dealt with, on a micro level, the kind of how institutional power suppresses, the ability of students to, talk about certain things and issues that are happening within the university space, because the ways in which rape was being dealt with was problematic, and, victims were being, re-victimized, and there was a whole lot going on there. So by the time we got to 2017, I was tired from 2016, because a lot happened in 2016. It was, fees must fall, RA reference lists. So I had a whole year of, protesting, and the fees must fall in 2016 was a lot more violent than it was in 2015. So there was a lot of violence.
So help out the young ones who don't know what a reference list is, right?
Okay, yeah. So what had initially happened was university students around the country came together because we were all talking about how rape culture was a problem, and they started this campaign. It was called the Chapter 212 campaign. So as you know, the Constitution, Chapter 2 is where you find the Bill of Rights, and then 12 is where you find bodily integrity, the equality clause, right? And so in various universities, it first began in Stellenbosch. Yeah, it began in Stellenbosch, and Stellies, they tried, it was suppressed. UCT, they tried, it was suppressed. Rhodes, we tried, it was suppressed. And then we also had the idea of going onto Facebook and then dropping, because we knew who at the current moment at that time was going through a disciplinary hearing for, rape, or sexual assault towards another student. So we decided we're just going to go onto a queer page. Hey, queers. We're going to go on a queer page, and then we're going to just drop a list of names that we knew, and hopefully that would help us mobilize. It did very effectively, very fast. It dropped around noon. By the evening, we had gathered.
10,000.
It was packed, and we sustained that movement, even though there were some of the initial leaders, because I wasn't part of the leadership in the beginning because of what happened. We had to finish it. Yeah, people got interdicted, and once legal kind of things are thrown at students, you have to protect those students because they can't put themselves. So then we finished it off, and that's basically what RE reference list is. It was rape culture movement. It started as a Chapter 212 campaign. We were trying to do like a coordinated protest around the universities, but it didn't work. And Rhodes University was the only university that was truly able to kind of push, that suppression out. And then it became wide again. And yeah, the whole country joined.
So keep in mind from what Mandisa said and what North is saying, the role of social media of this in organizing,
Yeah.
right? Then I go to Auntie Bibi. And Auntie Bibi comes from a activist background, but she's here because she is part of what is called South African Women in Dialogue, right? And she's going to talk to us about that and talk to us about how that came about, Sawit, and where is Sawit located. Go ahead, Auntie Bibi. And Auntie Bibi, if I'm not going to stop, Auntie Bibi can talk the whole day, right? You know her, right? But Auntie Bibi, the tough taskmaster today, I've got you. Right, go ahead.
Thank you, Sis Brenda. I'm learning so much here, but I also remember things. So one thing, I've always been told I've got a harsh tongue.
And you do, Auntie Bibi.
I have a harsh tongue, and on the basis of that, when a factory fire took place and 11 victims died in that factory fire, and they asked me to speak at the radio, I'm used to seeing people, so I don't know radio. I don't know this technology. BBC, born before computers.
Yeah.
So in that way, I was terrified of the radio, speaking to people I can't see. So I came up with a little prayer. And the prayer is, oh, my Creator, guide my tongue and my thoughts for anything I say or think, not to harm anyone. Just for my simplest truth of thy existence. And truth, justice, and peace is required from all of us. And that's why when I went to Iraq, I found the TJP, Truth, Justice, and Peace group there. But Mandisa, I love your point on the decriminalization. This is just from a personal point. The TV people wanted to interview me, the big question. So they had approached another Muslim woman, but she wouldn't answer the question. And the question was,
Now I want you to go back to Sawit.
So it was the movement building. The movement building is very carefully constructed in my mind. There's the attack, there's the control, and there is the traumatization. Act. Because people are now acting for social media. No content. Someone said to me, what poverty you're talking about in your country, in Iraq? I said to him, poverty. He says, which poverty? Ja, kyk vir die ene. Hy kom praat nou wat. Doesn't he understand poverty? He said, the mind, the heart, the spirit. What poverty? I realized we've got a problem because we're not thinking critically. And we're allowing ourselves to be led. So far, Sawit doesn't allow anyone to be led. Sawit doesn't give you a mandate. We don't use that word mandate.
Right.
You speak on your behalf. You don't speak on your experience. You must speak your experience. You must, we must encourage women to speak and to break the silence. Because some people, yeah. So there's no mandate.
So how did Sawit come about?
So the sustainability of Sawit.
How did Sawit come about?
Sawit came about because a group of women met with the DRC and Burundi women in 2002 or somewhere, and then decided they're working on peace building. So they decided, no, why work? Women constantly say, you work outside, what do you do inside? So on the basis of that, the leadership of women, which was about 200 women, decided each one will invite 5.
Right.
From the national to the provincial. From the provincial, all five that you invited must invite 5.
Right.
So I was fortunate at Grassroots. I got an invitation to go in 2003. So myself and my colleague that has passed, so we filled in the form and we didn't hear anything. But on the day we went there, lo and behold, we had our name tags, we had bags. I was like, oh, these people are serious. Because sometimes I don't think people are serious. So it was very serious. And that place was packed. And so after things happened in that, lots of things, but I'll keep it limited. So next year, so it called a meeting again. 2003, 2004. And I was like, oh, let me go watch them. Because sometimes people settle up after 4 or 5 years. Let me go watch them. And I saw they were slowly beginning to put steering committees in place per province. So Sawit is founded on steering committees.
Right.
It was founded on them. It's no longer like that.
Okay. So Sawit has got a national footprint and then has got provincial footprint. But all those individuals are not elected, right? It's issue-based.
It's citizen-based.
Citizen-based, right?
Individual.
But it's all coordinated from national.
Yes.
And there's a national steering committee.
Not anymore. There's a trustee, and they sort of put together things, but you know how things are. So that is where Sawit comes in, and this is the Sawit 20th anniversary scar. 20 years. Sustained for 20 years.
What is interesting, Auntie Bibi, because I think we are going to be very open, right? Because that's how we get to learn and how we make the changes that are required. So Sawit is 20 years, right? is 20 years. 20 years.
Enough. 23
And so it looks like every year we'll organize a dialogue.
No longer.
Yeah, but that's
In
what
the,
needs
in
to
the,
be.
in about, until Mambeki stepped off because she was no longer what have you. But you see, this is the problem. And that is what we addressed as Sawit.
Yeah.
Steering committee meeting, national, and there was a suggestion put forward about now that Mambeki is no longer the first lady, who do we put forward as our patron? And we all said, not this president. How many wives? Which one? So on the basis of that, we gave Mrs. Mbeki as a patron because she's a civil society activist. She's a feminist activist. She's a patron. We didn't take you because you're a first lady.
Okay. So it was not based on that.
No.
Okay. I'm gonna pause there. I mean, they've got beautiful scarves as Sawit, right? It means that they've got money.
Mrs. Mbeki is the one that would go out, and because of who she was, funds were made available for the 20th anniversary and for 5 or 6 annual dialogues. After that, so it needed to come up with its own. So there's no more money for annual dialogues. There is actually no more money for things. We have to go. Do you know what's a carnology? Don't know. A carnology is someone that goes around with a begging bowl.
Okay, so you are begging now.
So we don't do that. I don't do that.
Okay. All right. Let's pause for that and let me move to Sibongile Dashe to speak on something that I think is also building a movement of some sort with call to action and not fit for purpose. And talk to us about the journey of deciding to have a call to action and now fit for purpose, because I think we are here precisely because fit for purpose has started something that resonates with many people. And let's talk to us about why that was important or still is important. Yeah. Guys, can we just try and be and just give respect to the people who are speaking? Just settle down and listen. So respond.
So my name is Sibongile, as been said, and my background is on feminist movement lawyering. And I say this to say we are not here by chance. So when I think of the role of lawyers in social movements, I think that lawyers can be helpful organizers, especially when it comes to translating the claims of a social movement into legal claims that can be enforced. So I tell the story or respond to the question backwards. From the moment I found out about total shutdown and how that actually got us to not fit for purpose. So there is a comrade who was supposed to have been here, Kwesi. Kwesi and I have this joke that one day we're going to have an exhibition. I call this exhibition the Museum of Ideas That Failed to Launch. And she says it's the Museum of Ideas That Are Still Simmering. So when I found out on social media about the total shutdown, I kept on seeing the posters, I will march with you. My body is not your crime scene. And I called Kwesi and it's like, do you know who these people are? She said, I don't know, but I'm going to ask and find out. And she said she found someone called Mandisa. And so connected me to Mandisa. And then Mandisa said, look, we are meeting in Rosebank. And there was a number of people in a tiny flat in Rosebank one Saturday morning. I came in there with a plate of biscuits. and introduce myself.
I remember choices sorted.
No, they were nice biscuits. They were not. I actually found them at the board office.
Oh,
I
okay.
still have their plate. But I said, this is me and this is what I can do. I can draft. I can also mobilize the resources.
Can
That's
we
how I do it.
just hold on, Spongile? Can we just settle down, please? You know, it's so disturbing, absolutely disturbing.
Mari, the problem is that there's speakers all around the room. So in order for the panelists to hear, we have to mute all the speakers on. So if anybody moves, that's why the sound is amplified.
Okay. So
God, Lord have mercy.
what happened then is I was given access to the Google document which contained the demands. And as Mandisa said, the plan was to go to the legislature, executive, and the judiciary with the demands organized in that way. And it was around this time because when I got access of the document, I was in Amsterdam, and it was during the AIDS conference in my tiny hotel room. And there was a lot of information in this document that people have put in there in terms of the demands and others just like paragraphs. And so my thinking was when I looked at the information, I didn't even ask anyone. I was just like, I'm going to do what I do here. I'm not going to delete anything. I'm just going to start a new document from scratch and kind of doing research in terms of, should this really be a memorandum, like 3 types of memorandum? Should this be like a document that is very quite clear about where we are in the struggle? So I look at different manifestos and all of those things, like what we're doing, and the 24 demands, like how the 24 demands came up, because I was like, how many things can one put in this document? I was like, okay, it sounds very catchy to say each demand represents a year of freedom where our freedoms have been unmet. And that's how, because it was 2018, so that was like 24 years, you know, after what we had been promised in 1994. And so the thing that because I'd worked in the violence sector for quite a long time, was we have a problem with accountability, coordination, and leadership of the response. Because all the new things that we are saying about the criminal justice system, about the shelters, you know, like the safety, the prevention, and all of those things, we always find these things in all of these, you know, documents. But the coordination, the leadership, and accountability of the response is what's often missing. So if you go to the 24 demands, you will see that the majority of the demands are really about what it is that we need the government, a responsive government, you know, to be that. They say the fish rots from the head, that we really needed to have the thing that holds everything together to actually work, because this was not the first strategic plan. And that's why the first demands talk about a review process of the previous strategic plans to see why they failed, so that when we go and we develop, you know, the roadmap for how we are going to deal with this violence, that has to be clear. So that's how the demands kind of look like that. So I went there, I did the table, and then put the demands, and then I was like, I'm done. And if you don't like it, you don't like it. I'm going back to my kind of conference. I wasn't here on the 1st of August, actually, because I was, after the AIDS conference, I had another meeting elsewhere. But what is important was the openness, right? When I went and introduced myself, it was a broad-based church, you know, that allowed anyone who said, I can come in and I've got these gifts, you know, and I want to contribute to a movement that's growing. So we are here now because after the 24 demands, what we continued to do was to track that the 24 demands are carried through from one process, you know, to the other. So even though I was not there at the first summit, but in the preparation for the summit is that this is the content that must go to the declaration of the summit. The same thing is to the people who are there in the development of the National Strategic Plan. It's that we must not lose this because this is a continuum. So one of the jokes that we used to have, because we sometimes used to be, because as it happens in movements, movement building is extreme sport, you know. We were accused of selling out, you know, the 24 demands because we want to cozy up to the president or whatever. But we were intentional, right? And so when we were invited to the second summit, we had our misgivings because we also had this summit fatigue. And it's what is it that we are trying to achieve? When we got to the second summit, we were very clear. We wrote about it. We said, if you are telling us you want to be accountable, you are going to get your government ministers here, because we don't think accountability only happens in courtrooms. But we will leave what we are doing to come and sit with you here. But for us, what this process will show us is whether you are serious or you are joking, right? But we are not going to ask for anything new. We are going to build on the 24 demands that we have been working with you. And this was the 6th year, right, when we got to, it was the 4th year in 2022. So when these new bills started showing up, gutting, you know, the promises that were made, we said we will go with you to the second summit because you said you understand where the gaps were. And there was COVID that interrupted the work, and there was goodwill, there was good faith from our side. And we made it clear that if government continues to waste our time, as it has happened with many movements, what we have is a record. From 2018, the consistency of the work, and also that whenever government tried to deviate, we took measures to correct that. They tried to set up a trust instead of the council. We had a campaign. We say no, that trust was disbanded. They tried to come up with things that some of us participated in, 100 days. It's like, but that's still not the council, you know? All of these kind of distractions to keep us busy and make them look like they're doing something. That's what we did. So we got here to Not Fit for Purpose because we have always known what the purpose was. We named the purpose from the beginning. When we started this journey, it wasn't because we were simply saying, we just want to end gender-based violence. We know what the problem is, and we also know what works. And so all that we have been saying consistently is right by us, by doing what works. So Not Fit for Purpose, we had call to action because call to action comes in at the beginning of the total shutdown. We have people coming from all walks of life as total shutdown, and then we have civil society organizations saying, how can we meet this moment? How can we support the total shutdown movement? And total shutdown after the march becomes many formations, and call to action absorbs some of the total shutdown people, and then other total shutdown people kind of regroup elsewhere. Then we say, with call to action, because we have focused on pillar 1 of the National Strategic Plan, which is the leadership, accountability, and coordination, which we believe is the heart of the 24 demands. We said, as call to action, we want to still build a broad-based church because call to action is a membership-based organization. So we are going to open in Not Fit for Purpose and go and say to other people who are still committed to ending gender-based violence, come and join us here as part of Not Fit for Purpose, because in this journey, we are going to have to work together. There isn't one movement that has got monopoly of this conversation. We are stronger together, and that's what we need, you know, to do. And that's why Not Fit for Purpose has become that kind of home for everyone who wants to respond the minimum eligibility criteria, compared to call to action, because we are saying we want you to be accountable, we want you to give us sane leadership, and also we want to have a response that is coordinated.
Yeah, so just before, so just think about it, right? Because we don't have to be all in the mañana, right? Right? Wear red baggies or wear a green blouse or wear black, for instance, right? But if there's one issue that resonates and we identify with it, what stops us from coalescing and being one in that movement? And that's what Fit for Purpose is about, right? Irrespective of my views politically, irrespective of my views on culture, but here's an issue that I think is important and has got implications for me at an individual level, at a societal level, at a country level, right? That I want to be part of, right? And we remove personalities out of it, right? Because I mean, sometimes we want to center personalities and not center the issue, right? And I think the drive for all of us is about from today onwards and beyond, we are going to be centering the issue, right? And for an issue to be taken on board, it requires people to do it, right? So Mandisa and then Auntie Bibi. No, Auntie Bibi, I'll come to you and you're going to tell us as Sawit whether you are part of Fit for Purpose or not, and if not, why not?
I'm glad you came to me, because as we didn't just get from 2018 to 2026 for Not Fit for Purpose. There's so many different things that happened in between. 2019 being one of them. And I'm going to talk a little bit about 2019 and how it contributed to the Not Fit for Purpose conversation. So 2018 happens, we get our summit declaration, we're fine. The interim task team, was an interim steering committee, was set up that was going to help in the drafting process of the National Strategic Plan for Gender-Based Violence. Now, at the time when the budget speech came and the State of the Nation came, Ramaphosa spoke very nice things about GBV, yeah. And we were like, but where's the money? There was no money. So this is kind of the foundations of the Fund the Fight campaign, right?
Yes.
Is where we're saying, okay, we have this thing that we're drafting. We already have the bones of it in the form of the summit declaration, but how are we actually going to fight the issue of funding the fight against gender-based violence and femicide? So in September of, on the 13th of September in 2019, we marched to Sandton. But it was due to the fact that momentum had been building after the death of Uyinene. And of course, we saw the World Economic Forum marches that took place. And we sat in a boardroom at Action Aid as call to action, and we're like, how do we use this moment in a way that helps us get to the funding of the fight for gender-based violence and femicide? And at the time we had said, look, government seems to be a dead end for us right now. So let's see what we can get from the private sector. And so the idea was that we were going to march to the Johannesburg Stock Exchange and demand a 2% levy be imposed on all JSE-listed entities to contribute towards what is supposed to be the GBV fund. So the original thinking around the GBV fund is that it's meant to be a fund for the overall response of gender-based violence and femicide. It's going to have government make their contribution, business make their contribution, development partners, etc. And it's going to be run by the GBV Council.
Yeah.
Right. So we asked for this 2%, we go, we march very nicely in Sandton, we are in Mandela Square in our black, we're looking very nice and cute. And then we have the joint sitting that announces IRAP, the Emergency Response Action Plan. So with the Emergency Response Action Plan, funds were taken from the CARA Fund, put through the NDA, and those were used to fund some civil society organizations as a temporary measure. There was also a committee that was set up to help in the development of the idea of the fund. There were men there that were involved. I remember we didn't like the men because they did some funny things. And we sent a delegation of some of our comrades to go and negotiate with the JSE. And the outcome ended up not being what we wanted, but the outcome was another temporary measure, which is the current GBV fund. It was always meant to be a temporary measure in the lead up to the kind of fund that we wanted, but it has now become sort of a permanent institution that started with the journey that we did in 2019. I'm going to pause there because I said 2020 is going to come to an end. But I just wanted to marry the issue of the fund to what we're doing now.
And I'm happy that we're able to see the timelines
Yeah.
and see the evolution and the journey that we started, right? And the connections that are being made, so that we walk out of here really having a better understanding and being grounded in this work, how it was undertaken, right? And Mandisa, you didn't even touch upon the resources that were there. I mean, the resources to get us to 2018 the way we did came from other NGOs, right? Action Aid was one of those, right? Sonke. So they Foundation for Human Rights. So they really gave support, right? But at the individual level, many women put out everything and laid it on the ground to make sure that we are successful with the 1st of August. So this 1st of August is very important. Forget about 9th of August, right? No, I'm not dismissing it. Just leave it for a while. On the 9th, just sleep. Yes. Go to any function, right? Thank you, right? But center 1st of August because it has had some impact. The 5 of us sitting here, it has had that. For Lolo, for Togozo, for Booney, for Pinky, for Candice, for many of you. My sister there from the Valna who calls now and again when there are issues in the Valnoma, right? 1 in 9, right? So it has had that impact. And it I see Volenta, I haven't seen Volenta in a long time. These are the women that were with that we met, right? So I just want you now, every time on the 1st, reflect on what these incredible women did. Because you can't take it for granted. Goodness me, you cannot take it for granted. When we lash out at government the way we do, it's not because we like to lash out. It's because we understand what was at stake before 2018 and what is still at stake till today, right? With this Fit for Purpose, right? So as we embark on this war, because we are in war with government, by the way, right? From next week, Zasha. Azisha in the most elegant way.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, you're gonna love us. The most elegant way that they're gonna have to hear and listen because they've not been listening. They think that they can placate us and give us some little bit and we get excited, right? No more. Right? And you need to lead the charge. We are here to give you the support. Lead the fucking charge. Auntie Bibi.
I'm going to start with your war. when FETRO was busy, we were mobilizing. But that time we were fighting the regime. Now I don't know what we were fighting. But anyhow, we came up with a slogan and what we wanted to do, what you've got fit for purpose now. And we said women against repression. And Women of Peace said, that spells war. Women against repression spells war. We can't be part of it. So because we're a collective, we had to say, man, we want to work together. So the working together is the difficult part. Because when we want to engage, and I'm proudly South African women in dialogue on that basis, non-partisan. Right. I work with all parties. I will find good in them and I will find things that I'm not happy with. No, I'm not going to say bad. I'm not happy with. So there is let me not mention the name, but this person wrote a book. This person wrote a book and I'm still reading the book because it's about money. It's about the subversion of South Africa. He did his research thoroughly. International Monetary Fund, what have you, South Africa, apartheid regime, and what the subversion in relation to money is in South Africa. How government uses laws to do the repression, to put province, play up your back and hold your back.
And I'll translate for you, right? Right.
So it was in Tanzania. I was sent on this peace thing. And South Africa was the only country that sent civil society with the military. And when I got there, I was like, look at these men. And they had lots of to say, so I could skinner in Afrikaans with fellow South Africans. Because they were about women, keep your mouth shut and stay in your place. That's what it means. Shut your mouth and keep in your place.
As you relate all of this, what I want to know from you is, where is Sawid in today with not fit for purpose? Because we need as many voices as we can to amplify this work, right? And as a movement that has got, I mean, Sawid has got, it can marshal certain, it's got power to give, to have certain ministers to come to meetings. When we ask for, they don't attend, but when Sawid calls them, they do attend. So that's the power that you have.
So
And
it's
how do
not
you,
us.
how do you use it for the good?
Certain people that are working in the background that have that power. But as a trustee says, you know, they don't have money.
What are you going to do today, now that you have the information, to
You see what has been said here.
Yeah.
You see, for me, you have a progressive women's movement that doesn't exist anymore. See this beautiful scarf? You were talking about Sawit's scarf. This organization doesn't exist.
PWMSA?
It doesn't exist.
Wow.
It doesn't exist. They called me to meetings and they said I must come with a mandate. I said, I'm Sawit. I don't come with mandates. No? So on the day of the summit, they invited me. I knew what was going on and I kept mum.
Yeah.
So they invited me and put me strategically in the
TV.
so that the TV could catch the president, catch that one. I was like, you know, you're not sure how people want you, and then they said you must sit on this seat. So I was quite annoyed, and I was corrected because I was like, what's going on with the fighting that took place then? And then the lady Pando put me right. She says, if someone makes a statement that they're going to kill someone, we will not allow it to come back. You know, remember that statement things. So I looked at this and I was like, what's going on here? I really don't understand young minds. My grandson told me, Mama, you baby boomers, man. I was like, I'm baby boomers. What do you mean, baby boomers? So anyhow, I'm learning. But in asking me, we and I, and you know your auntie,
Yes.
and Busi, we've started an Iwadi because we can't be waiting for Sawid to take a decision at the national level before we can do anything. We started our Iwadi, Environmental Work Action Development Initiative. We don't ask permission from anyone.
Now we are going to rely on Iwadi. So Iwadi is part of
Yes.
Fit for Purpose,
Yes.
right?
So Iwadi, I'm going to say what we did because we did not understand the process for this dialogue steering committee issue. So we were
National dialogue. When are you talking about now?
this national
No.
CSDNC. What?
No, CSDC is ours. It's you can't.
No.
No, Auntie Bibi, no.
When Sawit called a meeting,
Tell them, Auntie Bibi, tell them what's in your heart.
Sawit called a meeting.
Yeah.
to elect. And I thought we must just put forward what we think. So Iwadi had a meeting.
Yeah.
And we wrote our grassroots language, what we want out of this dialogue.
Right.
That dialogue. So when we wrote it, our writings was about what you spoke about.
Right.
Responsive. So we said, we want this, the heading of Bill of Rights to be changed to be Bill of Responsible Rights. Then someone came to say to me, not responsible rights. I said, everybody, government, everybody must be responsible citizens.
Yes,
He says, why don't you change it to Bill of Duties? Make sure every citizen understand their duty in the thing. So it's up to you to decide. Ne? I'll wait for your steering committee. I will wait for your steering committee because for me, the question was about the subversion. That book, The Subversion of South Africa. If you read the monetary issues in the world, how they manipulate, how they play the banks, how they play one against one another, how they do the structure. I come from the corporate world, Mina, before I joined the NGOs.
All right. So at least what has come out of this session and in movement building is that what is important is once you have the information and you are armed with information,
Yes.
you make decisions and you can make only correct decisions because you've got the information. So now we've got Sawid, my aunt is in there. So I hope you're going to send them the email.
I can't speak on behalf of Sawi.
No, not Sawid. I'm talking about
Iwadi.
Iwadi. So
Iwadi pushed for the minimum wage. Not for the minimum wage. And then the man that went to go lobby for it, he said to me, he sent the photos and videos, they beat him up. They beat him up for speaking what I had told him to say. So I don't tell the people.
Now, Not I come to you because in this movement, we want young people, right? But also young people in institutions like this, right? So you come from the background, you're at a university, right? How do we lock them in? And remember, I mean, the students at universities and TVET colleges are highly politicized. So they are there representing their political parties, right? Student representatives and all of that. But how do we get them to join this fight that is non-partisan? It's about them as those who believe in human rights, right? Because it's a rights issue that we are advocating for. So how do we do that? How do we galvanize that spirit that was there in 2016 that put young students on the map with the work that they do?
I'm sorry, I need to leave.
Wait.
A family, there's three things in the family. So I just want to ask a question for for what you're asking now. I want to know from youth and everyone, the movement building now, what memories are you inheriting from your parents? Because if you have inherited this beating now, you've seen your mother, what have you, that's what you pass on to the next generation. Thank you so much. My apologies, we're welcoming two newborns and one new married couple to the family. So now the responsibility, since my sister died in 2022, is too much. She was the elder. Now people are looking at me and I must be the elder at everything.
What Auntie Bibi saying, becoming an elder, I think most of you are becoming elders at the age of 40, right? Because of what's happening with family and all of that, right? And be a good rahadi or makazi, right? Yeah. So Nonhle, go ahead.
Okay, so I actually want to take it back to the second summit, right? Because the second summit I was, and I appreciate call to action, just by the way. I appreciate call to action there's not a lot of young people in call to action, right? But those of us who've been here since the beginning have been in spaces and have been able to grow and develop and have been, um, pushed forward and given responsibility that we might have not known that we can do, but then in the moment, you rise to the occasion. And so I appreciate that, as young as I've been able to also add value to the work that's been done here, and not treated as a young person, treated as an equal, my knowledge is power, what I bring to the table matters, and that really, it develops your confidence and all of that. And in 2022, when we were having the second summit, I was voted in as, the civil society chair representative for, from to go into the kind of the working groups, kind of, and then within the working group, I became the chair for the program design working group. And in developing the program for the second summit, there was also the children's summit that we were doing.
Triggering.
I know it's triggering because it did very much so, right? But my experience with the children, they are so much more knowledgeable than we give them credit for. Very much more knowledgeable than we give them credit for. I mean, like the children that I met when we were doing the summit, first of all, and this is where even that conversation, that problematic conversation about adding additional things, an additional pillar where it defeats the purpose of the NSP, right? But even that where the children were coming from, which was then misinterpreted by people who have their own ulterior, right? And what them was, we understand what's happening with GBV in this country because it impacts us.
Of course.
And we are living it, in our communities and, our parents and at schools. And we just would have liked to be involved in the process so that we could also feel like we were, I guess, language-wise represented within the NSP, But I'm talking about now children, so teenagers, people who are in high school, they have organized themselves and, go to their municipalities and talk about these things with their municipalities. They understand even some of the language around it. I think the problem is that we don't give them enough credit, right? Like, I'm not even talking about university students, because university students at that point, like, I came to call to action by myself, I left Rhodes, I was done with Rhodes, I left Rhodes with whatever was there at Rhodes, and I came here. Then 2017, 2018 happened, and I decided by myself to join and stick around because I knew what I was fighting back at Rhodes. I knew how this conversation continues, because even when we were at Rhodes during that time, the people who were part of creating the first NSP came to Rhodes to come and offer our assistance. So I knew that there was intersections in the work that we were doing. And so if you want to continue a movement, you grow with it, you move with it. And so even in university spaces, students are able to, organize themselves outside of politics. But with children as well, I think that we don't bring them enough into the space in a way that isn't didactic, like you're children, you're da-da-da-da. I think if we're really going to build a robust movement, I think that we do need to understand that, like, people are living this reality. It's their experience, so they have the language for it. They understand the gaps, or they see the gaps, because it's your reality. You're living.
I'm going to ask you quickly then.
Yeah.
So why every time we as women have this movement, we need to bring every dog, cat into it, right?
Yeah,
because you can, and
sure.
That's a fair question,
For
because
sure.
that's, yeah.
And for me, I'm not saying we must bring them into this space and we must all go together, right? I'm saying when we
live
are
together.
when we are like meeting and having a robust dialogue, that they are also brought into the space, so they can organize outside. I don't think it would work if we had everybody all together. You know, I think that everybody deserves their own spaces, because I mean, even in us movement building, we've seen how complicated things can get when you bring everybody into the space, because everybody has their own view of things, you know. But I think that the way that we do it is when we are having things like a Not Fit for Purpose campaign, where we want everybody to be part of the conversation, we bring in truly everybody into the conversation, understanding that even they, as I go back to what I was saying about myself with call to action, have something of value to add. And that's what I mean.
You need to understand. I'm not suppressing you, right? Because normally in this kind of settings is that we allow some comments or questions from yourselves, right? So I'm not going to give you that. It's going to happen in the next session, because we want you to be able to bring everything together, right? And be able to engage at that point on everything that has happened from this morning until the end. So please don't think that I'm denying you the opportunity to speak. I'm just exercising my power of being here. I'm using it. Right? I understand what power does, right? When you have it, you can abuse it. That's why we get abused every day. So I'm not suppressing you. I just want you to have as much as you can from the panelists, so that you have this information. It helps you to engage further, right? So we are closing, right? Sibongile, and I'm starting with you. Where to? And I've already said to everyone that we are starting this from next weekend, but we are doing it elegantly. What does that mean?
So when we talk about accountability, especially when it comes from our government, we had hoped that we could expand the spaces where government feels that they could be held accountable, that we could go to meetings with them. You know, we would be in committees and they would say, yes, we understand this has not worked, and then this is how we are going to fix it. But it has become very clear to all of us, or most of us, that this is not how this government works. That the only form of accountability that it understands is through the courts. And so our excitement in 2022 was that there will be these the clinics, the caucuses, the program that was designed, that we would come out with a plan, and then we will go and work it out together to sort it out. So we have made the decision to now institute legal proceedings as part of the Not Fit for Purpose campaign to speak out against the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide legislation and the council that was announced yesterday. And what we want to say about that case is that the time that we commit to these processes is worth something. So it is important that when new legislation or whatever policy frameworks are put in place, that we remember the process that started in 2018. Because when we say this legislation or this law is not fit for purpose, it's not us trying to be an alternative government. We know who has got the power, we know who was voted into office, but we are saying we have been journeying with you for 8 years. And all the things that you promised us, because we gave you the 24 demands, and you said, yes, you accept them. That's why we went to the first summit. That's why we developed the National Strategic Plan. That's why we had the second summit, which was supposed to be corrective. But why are we still here without the things that we had asked for? So we are going to court to say that process of developing the National Strategic Plan, which is not perfect, but it was a roadmap that we had agreed to. Because we said we need to have an institutional framework. So when you pass legislation or you develop a council that guts it, like hollows out all of these accountability, coordination, and leadership measures that we have agreed to as being the center or core of Pillar 1, which is leadership, accountability, and coordination, we cannot be sitting with a council that is hollow. The extent of gutting this council, we are talking about a council that no longer has the funding that is there in the National Strategic Plan. The funding mechanism has been removed. We don't have the president as the champion. We don't have the interministerial coordination. We don't have the intergovernmental kind of coordination. And now with Parliament saying, actually, this should be an advisory body, like completely removing the accountability features that we have been fighting for. And that's why we are saying we now need to hold government accountable, because in legal language, this is a failure to protect us from violence. Because when you protect us from violence under the Constitution, you also have to pass laws. And the laws that you pass must be fit, for purpose. It's a violation of our right to equality, because we are saying this violence is gendered because it is overwhelmingly gender specific. We are saying this violates our right to dignity, because the indignity that we have to live with in this country, fearing for our safety every day, is part of the problem. And so that's why we are going to court and then asking you to join us, because how we think about legal processes is not that now we are handing over to the lawyers, and then the issues have gone legal. We believe that what happens outside of the courtroom is just as important as what happens inside the courtroom. That just because we are going to file this claim, the volume needs to be as loud, kind of outside, because this is about our lives. In South Africa, we have a constitutional court and a constitution that has been around for 30 years. People who follow legal processes know that there have been a lot of judgments that have been cementing, that we have been celebrating. But the thing that we have been saying is that those decisions have been important maybe for legal academics, for law and policy change, but it does not trickle down to actually change, because they don't go to the heart of the system or the structural kind of problems. And we are saying the problem is in the system. So with this case, we are saying together, let us go after the system that continues to produce this violence, because it is presiding over the thousands of femicides and rapes that people in this country, girls, women, continues, to face. So if you are saying you have a national strategic plan on gender-based violence and femicide, and then you go and you undermine it by removing to do everything that you said we were going to do, something actually has to happen. Finally, anyone who cares about violence in this country can do something that matters. There is nothing that's one can say this is small to the extent that it does not matter. We have been meeting with some of you and most of you, and I've been saying one thing, and you will remember, because what did I say? Right in the corner
where you are.
We are not all going to occupy the same kind of spaces. And it's not because people who are doing policy work, advocacy work, media, communications work are doing anything that's more important than others. This is like a conveyor belt.
Oh, yeah.
Every station needs to have someone,
Yes.
right? I make an example that if your role in this movement, how you contribute towards ending gender-based violence and femicide, is that when a family is bereaved, you go there to Tsidisa. For this movement, you are and have to be the best Mutsidisi that there ever was.
Yes.
You know how to make the approach, you know the right words to say, you know the right kind of follow-up, because that's actually important. People actually go back to you. The ones who develop guides, they come to you and they say, tell me how you do it so that this can be a manual for other communities that can be supported, and how that process can also be used to document and actually help or inform other people who are doing care, support, and healing work. What is important is that we have to take the work that we do very seriously, so that every day we are saying, how can we be the best? And then actually see how we are contributing. Because in that way, then we stop being destructive in movements. Where it's like, so and so did this, did not do that. The only time we should be going after people is if they stop us from doing the work that we are supposed to do or that we can do in movements. So this is our home. This is a call. Not Fit for Purpose is a home for everyone. So we are inviting you. We are asking you. We are pleading with you. Join the movement. Bring as many people as you can. Because it's lonely. And we are going to need each other. We need each other. It's going to be a very long road. And to get to things that are fit for purpose, all of us must be fit for purpose in this journey.
Absolutely. We must be fit for purpose, right? And I think, and I'll have you close, Mandisa. 2026, we are wiser, right? We're going to get wiser in 2027, 2028, and beyond. We're not going to accept the things that we accepted in 1954 or in 2000. Right? So all of us, I mean, when Spongler said system, I mean, I grew up every time, it's the system. It's the system. So we know what this system is. What it's done to us, right? But we have let this system dictate our lives in the manner that it does, with such violence, right? And disdain. I mean, this government is contemptuous, man. What they do to their own citizens, but they stand up and you go and clap for them after they have violated you the way they do, right? So fuck them. Oh, that fact came from here. It is painful to all of us because we can think. So let's not outsource our thinking. Right? Let's not outsource that thinking. So Sbongile has given us the call to action. Right? We can't pretend that we didn't hear. Loud and clear what needs to be done. We just need to hold each other. Right? It's a tough one, but we have to. Right? It's tough because when you litigate, there are names and organizations that are there. But we need to stand behind them and protect. Right? So Mandisa and she wanted to say something last, but
just a small little
so
thing.
quickly,
Yeah,
so that
very
I close
quickly.
because there's a lot.
So in light of what Swingli said, I just want to say, we mustn't forget that even though the government does what it does to us, they are very organized. I think that is the one thing that I learned in doing this, is that they are organized in not doing anything for us. So on purpose. Like, it's not that they forgot, it's not that they are stretched, it's on purpose. They are refusing to do it, So when we put this court case forward, we need to be united because they use us being not united against us. Like, that is literally how they, us fighting each other, fighting nonsense, fighting. Like, we must be focused. We must understand what it is that we are wanting from this process, and we must just stick to that. Like, internal things, we'll deal with them internally in the house. Do not let people outside see what's going on inside the house. We'll deal with it inside the house. Out there, we are together. We are one voice. Like, that is how we win. That's all I wanted to say. That they know what they're doing and they use it against us. So we need to be stronger. We need to be more united.
Thank you.
Mina, I come to talk mobilization now. 11th of August, we are gathering. Pretoria High Court. We are gathering and we are going to tell them that we are not going to let this council that they are to start Women's Month by insulting us with that disrespect.
Imagine.
We've told them we don't want this thing. They know that we know that they know. And to start Women's Month on some like August. Here's the thing that you said you don't want, by the way. So please, on the 11th of August, come to me if you need a text, we will talk. But let us, condoms, you know me. Come to me if you need a condom, let's talk, but let's gather. And let's come with our voices and tell them that we're not going to tolerate this disrespect. And we're not going to stand behind legislation and behind a council that's not here to serve us. Sesizabalaze too long to allow them to spit in our faces in this way. So mina ngicela ngo-11 August.
Where to? Can we just have a round of applause for this vibrant? So before when is the baby? Okay, next session is about to start, right? Yes. And that session is about, you remember Auntie Phoebe kept talking about money.
About money.
The next session is about money. So pay attention.
I am at
I never told you.
Sorry?
Focus on what was 2018 now.
I think they just expect me to It's like every time.
Why is the meeting collapsed?
This guy, you know that.
How we go?
You know that.
We're working
I won't put it. Mobilize that we need people down here. And we need to bring people back. Asikaleni. They assume if they see you, our next session to start then when we come. Can you come back? We need to start the next session, please. Hey, no, it's not lunch yet. No, come back. Come back.
Oh, we're coming back.
Yeah, please do the work.
Hey, can we come back, please? Can we come back? The second panel will be starting soon. The restrooms are that way.
How about you just to get by a bathroom?
Miriam, lady,
Yes.
NHS. You know, we call
See you. If you didn't sign the register,
she's here.
Find the wrong one. She would have told me.
Kelly.
I know. Natasha would have not. I think all my people have got
And she's
Please. After it went well that she was there, even though she didn't speak English. In the back, but you know when Ashley did we don't know if they will. Someone asked. So it sounds like that. And then a few hours I don't know if it's. Do I have left? I mean, those no, but again, another country.
still remain available for this important conversation, about money. And what I like about this conversation, leading to what we started with, is we're clear on the purpose. Yes. We're clear the systematic changes that must happen. But we've heard announcements about money. But I see bone. We haven't seen. But one of the things that we've learned over the period is it is not enough to just say IPMAD, right? So what we are hoping to drive this conversation, it's a follow-up on a webinar we had earlier. We want to drive a conversation that says, how do we crisply craft our money demand, right? What should we really be demanding? How should we be demanding it? And who should we be demanding it from? So this hour that we have is not enough. We will have other conversations that are following up. What I'd like to do now, I'll start in the room and give my panelists an opportunity to introduce themselves, and maybe just briefly on why you are shining bright in your corner, in helping the movement, helping us understand the money conversation. Would be my if not understand. I'll start and then I'll allow the online panelists to introduce themselves. Let me start with you.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you for affording us this opportunity. My name is Dr. Majoro. I work for Soul City Institute.
Mike. This one on.
It's on. It's on.
Let's close that door, Mary.
Okay. Okay, so I was just saying, my name is Mputako Majoro. I work for Soul City Institute. 3 departments, and there's a reason why I'm saying this. So I am responsible. Sorry. Okay. I am responsible for resource mobilization of the organization. I'm also leading a feminist fund in Soul City. So I think in this discussion, I sit and wear 2 hats, where we're resourcing the intermediary organization, which is also assisting movements and CBOs and grassroots organizations. We resource them as well. So there is a huge difference in the sets. And there is a very important line that has to be drawn to make sure that we resource movements for impact. Yeah. Thank you.
Look forward to hearing from you, because we really want to access that, and welcome. Thank you.
I think, Pinky, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for this time. I want to say I'm here today talking about how can we access the private sector, hey? Because that's really where the money is. We all know that, because government doesn't have money, or I don't know where the money is that government has. But we've got to look at how we can access finance. So my name is Tiki. And I represent an organization called Shared Value Africa. We work across the continent in quite a lot of countries. And we started our own movement a while ago. Candace knew about it in 2019 or 2020, when Tsegofatse Pule was killed, remember? So we started what we call #It'sNotOkay. Gender-based violence is not okay, rape's not okay, violence is not okay. It's just using that, the hashtag it's not okay. But then we also started our own Shared Value Africa Gender Equality Unit, because we've realized that the money sits in the private sector. And how do we access that money without always going cap in hand? Oh, please sponsor us. What do we do? What do we have to do from that perspective? And I think for me, I've learned an enormous amount, and I even learned a lot today. And I want to say to the previous panel, it was amazing. It really was. And I want to say to all of us, yes, we need systemic change. But we are the ones, and I'm so glad there's so many young people in the room today as well, because you are the ones. I, like the auntie said, I'm from the baby boomers, I'm going to be 70 next year. So my thing is the young people, you are the future of Africa. And my standing saying is, Africa is where we're building global future. You're in the right place, but we need to get the right systems in place to look after us as women and children. So that's my story, and I have to say that you're on the right continent. This is where we have to be because we're building it from here. Thank you so much.
Carmen. Thank you so much, Diki. Carmen, can we give you an opportunity to introduce yourself? If you can unmute, please.
Morning, my name is Carmen Abdul, and I'm sorry I can't join you today in person. I hope you can hear me well enough. I work at a company called Cornerstone Economic Research, and we are a bunch of economists that work in the public finance space, and we work mainly around issues in the social development space, so social protection, child protection, that space. So yes, I'm happy to be here today with you all.
Thank you very much, Carmen. Sister Bet.
Thank you very much. My name is Tabitha Kaningoni, but everyone calls me Tabs, so please feel free to call me Tabs. I'm the head of programs at Gender Links. We're a regional nonprofit organization, a women's rights organization, headquartered in South Africa. We provide grants, opportunity, and movement building grants to quite a number of organizations in South Africa and outside South Africa as well. We also have quite a big knowledge management component to our work. We also offer fellowships. We currently have 19 fellows in South Africa right now, others outside South Africa. And I'm excited to be on this panel to discuss how we can sustain the feminist ecosystem using movement building, knowledge, and leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Tabs, and welcome, and thank you. I know we're supposed to have Norma online. I'm not sure if she has joined us. If she hasn't, you'll just let me know when she comes in. One of the things that I think before I hand over to my panelists is important when we have the money conversation, is that we're talking two sets of money. There is the money to deliver the service.
Hi, Pinky.
Right? Government still has got the obligation to have a working police system, a responsive health system, all that, and that must be funded. So we need to get clarity around the money that is talking about delivering the service. But there is this pocket of money that is saying should be building the movement, should be helping us demand accountability, should be helping us get to be where we need to be. So these are two pockets of money. And I would like us, as we continue through this series of conversations, to make sure that we separate these pockets of money. Carmen, I'm going to ask you to start so that we talk firstly on the budgeting and on the national budgeting and this pocket of money that is supposed to be making sure that there's a rape kit in a police station. But when I go to my police station, there is no rape kit. Right? Carmen, I'll hand over to you now.
Thank you, Pinky. Tabs, are you still there? I know you wanted to say something.
Yes, thanks, Carmen. There are some people that are in the waiting room, so I'm not sure if there are some presenters who are also stuck in the waiting room online.
Should we let them in or yeah?
I'm not sure
if
we
let's continue.
Okay.
Someone is attending to it. Thank you very much for bringing it to our attention. Please continue, Carmen.
I'm going to do things a little bit differently than the previous panel, so please excuse me. I'm going to have a presentation, and it might be slightly long. I'm going to try and skip a few things, so please bear with me, and please feel free to just pause me if it becomes too long. So please tell me if the presentation shows on your side. when I started. Okay, can you all see that?
Yes.
It's a blue screen.
Yes, it's showing,
yeah.
Colin. You're good to go.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Okay. So I want to just explain the machine that drives how funding is allocated. It might become a little bit technical, but yeah, bear with me. So firstly, what I just want to put down first, I want to start with a test you can apply to any commitment government makes. If it is not in the budget, it is not a priority. Not not a priority that is underfunded, not a priority that in principle, it is not a priority. Policy statements, strategies, and summit resolutions is not the only thing that makes that moves the money. Okay. Until a commitment is costed, bid for, and allocated against a budget line, it remains an intention. And an intention cannot be tracked, spent, or audited. Okay, I think some of the panelists in the earlier spoke to that somewhat. When we say government has committed to X, Y, and Z, we almost always mean the first of 6 separate decisions. So I've put the 6 decisions here up on the screen. Firstly, the first point is the policy commitment, where the announcement and the strategic plan, the SONA, in a cabinet decision, in a summit resolution. The second decision point is the costed plan, what the commitment actually requires, at what coverage, delivered by who, over how long. So you see here there are 6 different separate decision points. And these are taken by different people at different times in different processes. I'm not going to run through all 6 of them, but I want to just you to look at these 6 decision points, because this is where, between some of these points, this is where the problem sits in the sector, in my opinion. There's usually a break that happens earlier between links 2 and 4. Something goes wrong. And this is long before the money comes into play. The commitment that is mentioned is a plan, but never costed, never assigned to an accounting officer, and never bid for, will never become an allocation. Important to note is where the decisions are taken. So it's a technical process that runs most of the year. We know about the February announcement. Most of us know when the Minister of Finance speaks in Parliament to announce the budget. That's where we sort of listen and try to then engage. But the process begins around May and June, where the MTF guidelines are made, are sent to departments. Departments learn then what they may bid for against which ceilings, so how much they are most likely to get. Then from July to September, you have departmental bids, the MTech engagement, cabinet endorsement of the priorities, the budget council, the budget forum, and preliminary allocation letters are then sent out. So that's July to September. So we're in the middle of this stage of the budget process. So there's a lot of meetings going on at the moment between the National Treasury and departments. And then in February, the budget is tabled. I missed the October the MTBPS. That's also the second opportunity in the year when the Minister of Finance speaks. So that's around the corner for us. And then in February, the budget is tabled and numbers become public. By which point the allocation decisions are months old and effectively settled. Okay. So three things follow from this. The first thing here is that most civil society budget work happens in February and March, after the decisions have been made. That is the one time of the year when nothing can be changed. Post-budget analysis holds government to account for a choice already made. Secondly, the moment that matters is before the guidelines, so before this May to June point in the time. Third is the third thing to note is that provincial and municipal processes run in parallel. And most GBVF delivery sits there at the provincial and the municipal level. Provincial intakes, municipal IDPs, and the budget cycles. These are closer to home, and probably more impact can be had over there. So this might be a little bit of a gloomy slide, but there's actually no new money. I think that's an important thing to note and to remember. There's only a contested reallocation. Government has basically moved from, I think, from the Mbeki era, the Mandela and Mbeki era, where we had budgeting for, we were budgeting from additions to the baseline, to now interrogating the baseline to savings, and then now to reprioritization. Above inflation agreements have locked in personnel costs, which is straining the budget, and compressed everything that is not compensation. So every rand for the GBVF work now comes out of another program. That's important to remember. So inside that envelope that is currently available, three things work against us. You can reference GBVF work throughout its plan, its APPs, and its speeches without a single costed program line behind any of it. Narrative commitment is cheap. A budget line is not, because it displaces something else. Okay, so whether it's mentioned, it doesn't mean that it's allocated. I mentioned that earlier as well. So the second thing that works against us is that there's no single budget home. GBVF spans the Department of Social Development, Policing, Justice, Health, Education, and local government. So there's different accounting officers, no single line, and yeah, it's very hard to then defend when it comes to cutting the budget for GBVF within government. And then thirdly, the outcomes that we see from the work in GBVF and specifically in prevention is slower than the budget cycle. So we budget over a 3-year period, which we call the MTEF cycle. And the outputs that we see from the work in the space usually is only seen later in the budget. And I'll explain how this feeds into our issues in the next slide. I'm going to maybe just skip some of this at the moment. You can look at the slide. What I think is important here is the fact that the capacity to spend. A department that cannot spend will not be given more money. Okay. because there is this fight around the funding in envelope, a department needs to show that they can actually spend the money. So Treasury allocates against demonstrated absorption, and underspending is visible every quarter and in the audit. So yeah, that is a difficulty that we are currently sitting with in this space as well, I think, where departments simply are not spending the money that they are being transferred. And so the GBVF and prevention side are losing money within the budget. So now I just want to talk a little bit about what it is that Treasury analysts are looking for when a proposal reaches them. So there are 4 tests that they typically look for. Firstly, a costed implementable plan, not a headline total. We're looking for unit costs, coverage assumptions, phasing in of the plan, what the money buys, with delivery responsibilities named down to the program. And we actually did this in the Western Cape. We did a rollout plan with the Western Cape government. We costed that plan for parenting support in the Western Cape. And we actually managed to get about 45 million over the MTEF to roll out parenting support across the Western Cape a couple of years ago. So we know that it works. Secondly, we need to show demonstrated capacity, spending capacity. And this includes administrative capacity to receive, contract, and transfer the funds. Thirdly, we need results inside the MTEF horizon. So we need to demonstrate that what we are doing is actually reaping the benefits within the MTEF cycle. The fourth, we need champions inside the process. So we need officials, we need to speak to officials preparing the bids, MTech technical officers, relevant Treasury chief directorates. Those are the people we need to be speaking with. And we need sustained relationships, not just once-off submissions around February. So where do we look? I'm not going to read either of these columns. I think you can maybe take a picture and read it later, but everything on the left is already public and already free, and most of it is never opened. So we need to familiarize ourselves what is out there, what information is out there. The estimates of national expenditure and the provincial equivalents are where an allocation either exists or does not exist. So you can go look there. The Division of Revenue Act tells you what is transferred and on what conditions. And then the Section 32 reports show spending against what was allocated quarter by quarter. That is where underspending shows up. So that's also where we can look at what government is prioritizing and what they are actually spending on. Then everything on the right is technically reasonable, which is what makes it hard to refuse. So the 6 asks, yeah. Let me name just 2. So we're looking at number 4, fund delivery capacity, not only services. They need to fund the posts, the contracting, the system needed to move a transfer. They also need to publish transfer schedules that are met. Money that arrives in month 10 has already closed the service for the 9 months before it. I think a lot of the NGOs in the room probably know what I'm talking about here. We have late payments, especially in Gauteng at the moment. Yeah, I think I'm almost done. Please bear with me. Yeah, so let me close. by again saying that I think the policy argument on GBVF has largely been won. Government has committed publicly and repeatedly, and those commitments are on record. I think we've all heard them before. But that's the easy part of it. What has not been won is the budget argument, and we've heard it in the previous panel as well. But this is a separate contest, and it's fought in a different place, on different terms, and by different people. And most of us have not been in the room for it. So we have to contest the budget, not only the policy. We want costed plans with a named owner. So we want asks that fund the ability to deliver, not only the service. We want indicators that move inside the 3-year budgeting cycle. And we want presence in the months when allocations are decided, not only in February. None of this replaces the demand for the transparency. It makes engaging with the process possible. So we need also to ask for transparency within the budget process. Policy tells us what government intends. The budget tells us what government has decided and prioritized. So it's important that we make sure we understand what is in the budget and where the budget entry points are. And with that, I'm going to close. Thank you for the opportunity. Sorry, Chair, you're still muted.
Are we now? Thank you. So thank you very much, Carmen. That was really, really, really useful. And I think it is coming to us at the right time. Because I think one of the things that the phase that we're in movement building, we are also in a phase where we've got to be very strategic about how we do our advocacy. Information and fact-informed advocacy. Yes. So we need to now buckle up and be ready to read. Yes. We need to now to buckle up and simplify understanding these things and not get excited over. I mean, I know one of the things, if you look now in the current budget, you can do a count of how many times GBV appears. Yeah. But now we're starting to know what should we be looking for. Yes. And I would like us, not fit for purpose, to plan a next more longer, detailed information session. And what I would like to call on to civil society is to say, in the spaces where you shine, bring the right person who can take us forward in this budget conversation, in this budget fight. Ne? They don't need a title. We don't need to say when we're getting together for this budget conversation, a certain person must come because they're the founder or they're the director. Find the right person in your community, in your organization, in your local network, who is going to come to these sessions so that we intensify our fact, knowledge-informed advocacy work. Yeah, thank you very much for that. Thank you so much, Carmen, and I think we are going to continue to ask you to be available from time to time to really walk the walk and advance the work that you guys are doing. And now we're in the time now we should be talking to the departments, right? Yeah. Now is the time where we should be saying, which meetings should we be occupying as civil society? Yes. What questions should we be asking as civil society? If we've got legal guides and books that we can start distributing that help the people to say, in my corner, this is how I'm going to use September it's August now, right? So August, September, let's find a way. Let's show up somewhere. Let's show up in that conversation. And in October, we then analyze what what they announce, so that we know already and we're not becoming shocked in February. Thank you very much. My panelists in the room, I'm going to ask that I give TAPS an opportunity, because I know they are preparing to be excused. TAPS, can we take from you? I know you're coming more from the perspective of funding the movement rather than from government, but I'll hand over to you.
Thank you very much for handing over to me. I thought maybe if Putsako goes before me, I think it will lead into my presentation a little bit better, depending on the way that, the contributions were lined up and feeding into each other. So if we can just follow that, I think that will, it'll make more sense when we come to my presentation.
We're happy to do that. I think I was alerted about your availability and your time. So if your time still allows, I would really appreciate that.
Yes, I would rather the conversation make sense than to move out. Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Okay. I'm used to holding the mic. So I think as I'm absorbing every panelist conversation in the room, I just realize the importance of, especially when it comes to money and resourcing the movements, is dismantling power, because money has got so much power, and the people who are holding on to money, they feel so powerful. So I'm just saying this because from the previous presentation, where you realize that she started by saying if it's not in the budget, it's not a priority.
Yes. Yeah.
And who's making that decision? It's the people who are holding this money. So, and I'm sitting here because, when you have a practical experience, when we write these proposals, organizations like Soul City, Gender Links, we even sometimes bring consultants who we pay for them to, to put it together in such a way that this money holders want it. And
oh, okay. Can you speak chance stating a mali?
So that is the situation. Meaning, these are organizations that we can say they have a bit of capacity, to hire somebody to make sure that the requirements that are wanted by the donor are met. Now you are Mpitsako, from the Feminist Fund point of view, because movement is built by grassroots organizations, movements are built by the people in the community, people who really know the problems of the community, not people who are sitting in the boardrooms and deciding which one is a priority, which one is not. Yes. Now, you go to these communities and you sit with the community. This is now Soul City. You sit with the community and you really thought you knew by reading the report to say, okay, the levels of GBV, they are this much. Okay, all right. Therefore, this funding, we want to allocate it there. It must be project-based. It must be, we want projects that are doing this and this and that. But really, when you go into the community, I'm talking from experience, you realize that you don't know. Yeah. The people who are on the ground, they are the ones who are not. I sometimes go and, we'll be going in that heart of KZN and then I'll be like, but you didn't propose this one. We didn't approve this one. When I come back, I'm like, no, I'm approving what you are proposing. Because I went and I saw. So the people who are sitting and doing these budget allocations, they are having boardroom conversations. They are really relying on reports. Let me tell you, even if you send me a WhatsApp, I can interpret it differently. As long as, even though it's, you are written, how are you? But I can think, you said, how are you? It's different. So what I'm trying to say is, how do we really resource for impact, for change? Who are we resourcing? Why do we always have to tweak and say we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 for us to give you money? So I think as I was preparing this, I didn't know where to start, and because there's just a lot. First of all, I think that the intermediaries, organizations such as Gender Links and ourselves, we need to add value and be a bridge between movements and the donors. We don't have to come in as a technical friction. Or we don't have to now come in and add more burden that we are also carrying as we are doing the resource mobilization. How is this done practically, really? We know the feminist principles, the relational power, the participatory principles, but are we really doing them correctly? Are we because I've just recently done a study on disrupting philanthropy, changing the traditional way of doing funding to making it impactful. I think for us as Soul City, that is where we are sitting at. It is very important to go into the roots and understand people's problems. So the power, that top-down approach, we need to balance that. We need to understand that we are not well informed as donors. We are not well informed to make a decision of what should be implemented. We really don't know. So I always make this example that every time I've gone onto the ground, when I come back, I need counseling. It is the truth. Because GBV and leading the feminist fund in the organization, we have decided that even people in finance must come with us so that they can see really, as they are asking, give me a report, this receipt didn't do this, this one didn't do this. You should come and see, because the communities don't have capacity. First of all, we put all this burden for them to, to fill in. Nowadays, we even use systems which are online. Where I went 2 months ago in KZN, they are not even able to access network. So what are we saying about that? And as you are opening up your applications, you are automatically sidelining that organization that is actually doing the work. You are sidelining it because they don't have. The reality is that organization is doing the most. Yes. So what are we doing with that? How are we ensuring that the movements, the communities are participating as well in the whole design of the application? So that is one of the areas. Secondly, my point is that we can't really expect organizations to be doing so much extensive work. We need to simplify the systems for them.
Yeah,
And I know that in a lot of rooms where we meet with donors, the issue of accountability comes so often. Saying, oh, you feminists, you want to just give money and then not account. So the people who are receiving money don't account. Honestly speaking, there is no such a thing. I believe that the work in the communities, it's so close to the hearts. I mean, if you go, you know, it's so close to the hearts that people are invested in making sure that communities are doing well, than writing reports, putting Excel and filling in. So what is then the role of feminist organizations? What is the role of feminist organizations? I mean, I can just say a lot, but for me, when you look into as a feminist crown maker or an intermediary, first of all, you need to check, as I'm doing this, as I'm funding or resourcing of these organizations, who can access it? Who can access it? Is it only people in Johannesburg because they're able to have an internet? Is it organizations that have, nowadays they will even say, give us audited financial statements.
Yeah.
An audit is something that, it's very costly.
Yes.
And if we are thinking of where I went to KZN, and I'll make an example of Mpumalanga now. You are thinking, okay, so then you are saying, finance team will say, okay, Mpizakwa, can they then just send us a management account? I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yes, exactly.
Who knows management accounts? Because when people are thinking of, that center is that is what somebody wakes up and think about, that woman who's raped, that woman who's. I took one of our finance team members to KZN again, where we went to meet this shelter. And I told her that don't react, don't do, because, we are now used to this, not used, but we have seen it a lot, and how to respond. And there was this specific woman who did not say a word, but all she wanted was a hug. She came, she hugged me. I was wet everywhere here because she was just crying. And if you are somebody who's doing that work every day, when do you have time to come and fill my MNE, Excel? When do you? And then how do we then bridge that gap? And then also, who decides who's getting money? Who decides who's getting it? If we are not including the people who are on the ground, communities know who's doing what in the community. And according to the study that I was talking about, the participatory principle, they are happening, but at the relational level, not necessarily as a structure or institutionally. We will say, okay, we are going to meet, we are meeting, call me anytime and all of that. But when I'm designing that call, I sit in the boardroom with my officers, not them. And then how we say it is that, no, we have learned through workshops and all of that. But really, is that the thing? And also, how much actually reaches the people it's to? Like, how much of the money that we are receiving is going to the crowd? How much of that? We need to look into that. And I think I've spoken a lot about the burden. And then the support, I think, which is more critical. The support is understanding the community. For me, the support is understanding the community, handing them, we talk about, we, as a Soul City, we leading a newly established community of practice where we asked all the crown makers in South Africa, for us to meet, to come and learn and, learn from each other and, fix whatever we are not doing right, and just to make sure that the work that we do, it's impactful. So some of what I've learned out of that in a few times that we have is the word capacity building. You know, you'll say, oh, we do capacity building, we go to there. So somebody asked in that platform, the person said, and why are we saying it's capacity building? These people already have capacity. Yes. So why are we saying we are building it? It's like we are going and why are we saying we are building it? We're actually strengthening it. So I've adopted that terminology to say capacity strengthening rather. And part of this, it's so-called the due diligence. You know, due diligence, it's spoken at IDC level and so I'm quite also very sensitive to say that we call it verification because we are open to people who are also even not registered, but who are saying we are here and, you know, somebody can say, yes, they're actually doing the work. If you're not registered, but you are able to do the work, you are doing impact on the ground, then that you don't have to do due diligence needs all of these things. Do you have M&E plan? Do you have all of these plans in place? And I think the most important part is what then remains after the money is finished. I think let me just stop it there for now.
Thank you so much. There's still a lot of work to be done. I'm noting your hand, but humble. Please, we really have to go through all the presentations and all these so that we are able to move to the another. And if I open for you, then I must open for everyone. Okay? But I'm not ignoring you. What I'm taking from this, the movement, eh? We're moving to knowledge and working. Eh? We need to be talking working groups now. Eh? We need to be talking working groups now. Because while we're working with the system, and the intermediaries are challenging and understanding what they can do. Where are we having conversations about what we can do better? Right? Where are we having the conversations to say the reality is they balance in risk and helping us? What is it that we are also as community based organizations, as movements, as activists, and I'm liking that you are starting to realize that not all of us are registered. But that does not mean the work we do is not needed, right? But I'm saying let us start to think, where are we having conversations to say, let's help them mitigate the risk, right? Let us unpack this accountability conversation without taking what is their responsibility. What should that look like when it comes from us? Yes, much. Yes, much. Okay? I'm being told about time. And Mandisa
It's my turn now.
It's your turn now. All right. I think let's have a quick thank you for that contribution. Let's have a quick talk from Tabs at Gender Links, and then we will move on to the next to Tiki after that. Okay. Tabs, over to you, sis.
Thank you so much, moderator. Can I just check if everyone can see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, fantastic. So Carmen and Butako have set the stage very well for us leading into this conversation around what the funding must do and what the funding must leave behind. After Carmen has explained where the money comes from, how we find it, how it goes on the budgets, and after Mputako's contribution as well on how these systems, how organizations can access this funding and what these systems require. Now I'll be drawing on our experience of grant making, institutional strengthening, feminist leadership development, knowledge production, regional movement building across Southern Africa. And my central message is simple. Funding must build power, not only projects. A sustainable, yes. A sustainable feminist funding ecosystem does more than just financing a series of activities. It strengthens organizations, develops leaders, produces evidence, connects movements, and builds the collective influence required to hold institutions accountable over time. So now I just want to position my discussion in this series of presentations. My contribution builds directly on those that have come before me. Carmen has shown how priorities entered the public budget. Mputsako has explained how intermediary funding can improve access, accompaniment, and accountability. My task is to take the next step. Once resources reach feminist organizations, what must those resources leave behind? Funding should leave behind organizations that are stronger, leaders who are more confident and connected, evidence that can influence policy, and movements that can act collectively. This also prepares the ground for the discussion on business support, which will be coming. Private resources should strengthen this ecosystem without replacing government responsibility or controlling feminist priorities. Now we move on to the next. On lessons from our regional work, one of the lessons, I beg your pardon, from our regional work is that being closest to the feminist problem does not necessarily mean being closest to the funding. Small, locally rooted women's rights organizations are often the first to respond when violence occurs. They mobilize communities, support survivors, gather evidence, and sustain advocacy. Yet they're frequently the least resourced and face the greatest administrative burden, just like Mputsako has just mentioned. The current failure is that short project grants may pay for workshops, meetings, and participant numbers, but not for the institutional foundations that make the work possible.
Yeah, exactly.
They're often not adequate. There is often no adequate support for financial systems, governance, safeguarding, staff well-being, monitoring and evaluation, digital security, or organizational reserves. So a lot of the times, once the project is ended, it leaves the organization not having dealt with the strengthening components. The realistic reform is to fund the full cost of the work through flexible multi-year support with accountability requirements proportionate to the size and risk of the grant. The practical question is, when the funding ends, is the organization stronger, safer, more connected, and better able to influence decision than it was before? Now, we need to see feminist sustainability as an interconnected system. First, grants must strengthen institutions. Organizations need sound governance, financial management, safeguarding, monitoring systems, and the ability to retain skilled people. Second, institutions need leadership. Feminist leaders require mentoring, practical advocacy, opportunities, peer support, and space to renew themselves. Third, leadership and programming must be supported by knowledge, as you mentioned, Madam Moderator. Evidence, research, stories of change, and accountability tools allow movements to demonstrate what is happening and propose credible solutions. Fourth, knowledge needs networks. and regional platforms to turn evidence into collective advocacy. These elements reinforce one another. Grants without systems produce burnout. Leadership without platforms produces frustration. Evidence without networks remain invisible. Networks without resources cannot act. So sustained feminist power emerges when these components are deliberately funded together rather than treated as separate projects.
Yeah.
At GenderLinks, we see these connections across 4 areas of work. The first is grant making and institutional strengthening. Through our intermediary funding programs, we support women's rights organizations, community-based organizations, and LGBTQI+ groups. These grants, the grant itself matters, but funding is stronger when it is combined with with accompaniment, organizational systems, peer learning, and opportunities to connect with others. The second is leadership development. We have what we call the Women of the South Speak Out, or the Warsaw Fellowship, which supports emerging women leaders from different regions through structured learning, mentoring, advocacy, exposure, and peer networks. Fellows do not simply attend events, they develop confidence, knowledge, and relationships that strengthen their organizations and expand their ability to participate in national, regional, and global policy spaces. I believe in the room we've got 1 in 9. We've got 3 fellows currently from 1 in 9 that are in our current fellowship program.
Yeah.
The third is knowledge. GenderLinks produces the SADC Gender Protocol Barometer and other research, monitoring, and advocacy products. These translate lived experience and country-level evidence into information that movements can use to hold governments accountable. So reading and research is still very important. I was so happy with Carmen's presentation because it shows us that it's not enough to just say, we want the money, we must know the right places to go, the right people to talk to, so that our issues are on the agenda. The fourth is regional movement power. Through the Southern Africa Gender Protocol Alliance, the Alliance connects country coalitions and thematic networks across the SADC region. This enables local evidence to become a regional advocacy message and allows organizations to act with stronger collective voice. The principle connecting these examples is every grant should build the organization. Every leader should build the movement. Every knowledge product should strengthen advocacy. And every network should expand the voice and influence of its members. I think I might have gone forward a bit in terms of my slides. But what we
to just summarize on the slide that you are on.
Yes,
so
this
that
is my last slide, yes.
we have time to hear from the private sector.
Yes, this is my last slide. Okay, so I'll conclude with 1 practical test and 2 recommendations. The practical test for any funding arrangement is, does the funding leave behind stronger organizations, safer systems, deeper leadership, better evidence, and more connected movements? From 2 August 2026, civil society should collectively demand a GBVF financing compact that makes visible not only what is allocated and spent, but also what reaches communities and what is invested in sustaining the organizations and movements doing the work. By 2030, South Africa should have established a transparent, participatory, and long-term financing architecture that includes flexible, full-cost, multi-year funding, proportionate accountability, and no sudden funding cliff for feminist organizations. One of the most overlooked forms of movement infrastructure is the time and space required for coordination, collective learning, care, and advocacy between funded activities. There are no administrative extras. They're not administrative extras. They're part of the infrastructure through which movements survive, learn, and build lasting power. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tabs. And I'm liking that now you're starting to chat to say, what conversation should we be having?
Yes.
Right? What should we be working? It is 3 years, 3 months, if not 4, to the end of the NSP, by the way. The NSP is up to 2030. So we've got to be intentional. So thank you for that offering. Thank you for that slide, because that is this one of the main, we're going to engage with all the slides and all the contributions. But that slide starts to say, what conversation should we be pushing forward? Eh? What should we be demanding? I'm liking where this is going. I know Dickie is standing between you and lunch.
I know.
Is standing between you and lunch. But we do want to close this conversation by hearing that as a city government, we heard from Carmen, there is no new money, right? We are now competing with other interests. If we get attacked, the other interest is going to be, hello, are we sending money to arms, right? So we're competing with many other interests. If we hit by COVID again, we're going to be competing with survival. And we saw what happened during that era. So let us hear from you, Dickie, and thank you for making the time to join us.
I'll be quick. Because I know you're very hungry. So I just quickly want to talk about financial literacy, because that's what you were talking about, is that when we because I run a civil society, with private sector. So I want to share with you what we've learned on securing funding with the private sector today. Just some lessons that we've learned. But just what you've mentioned on financial literacy, it's so important. And that's where also the private sector needs to come in to provide the funding for the training of the financial literacy of our institutions. And I know, Pinky, you talk about hearing so much about funding in the government, and now they're talking about it. I hope that we don't again next year, 1st of August, looking for where that money is. Because we've got to actually support each other, and we've got to go and see where that money goes. But I'm here to talk about the private sector, but before that, I just want to quickly share a statistic with you which leads into what I've learned from the private sector. So we did research in Kenya last year with the cost of gender-based violence and harassment to the private sector in Kenya. So the figure is actually, and I've got it here because I had to remember it because it's so big, it's 95.5 billion Kenyan shillings it costs the private sector every year. That amounts to about 13 billion rand. So the question is no longer, why should the private sector be involved? It should be, how should the private sector be involved? And that's what we need to ask ourselves. And I think also, and that's what we have to push for as well, is that we've got the private sector also to step up to the plate, so to speak. So what do we do from a private sector? And I'm sure a lot of us sitting in this room, and you mentioned it, when you get that grant that you've applied for, and now comes the reporting side of that. You almost have to employ another person to do the reporting for you, because you don't have the facility to do that, because you're trying to run the actual project. So the cost of that, and I also want to say for me as well, is that's where, for me, the system needs to change. The application process of how we apply for grants, those lengthy pieces of paper we have to fill in, the reporting that we have to do from a civil society perspective, for me, is also not acceptable. And that for me is where the system changed. But how do we approach the private sector? That's the thing that we need to ask ourselves. And I'm talking here with smaller civil society organizations and bigger ones when we go to to private sector. And I've got three questions that I want to say that we have to change our thinking today when we go to the private sector, because you can't go to the private sector anymore to say, can you fund us? Okay? Because the private sector, it would be better for us to ask is, can we solve the problem together? That's what we have to do. We've got to try and solve the problem together, because approaching the private sector to find out what CSI budget they have or what they're doing, we've got to look at the problem we're trying to solve and then influence the private sector to help to solve the problem, you know, with us. So if we look at it from from an employee well-being perspective, organizations struggle with that because employees, lots of stress at work, lots of absenteeism, mental health problems that we have. So if a civil society organization that can help the businesses, it's not about how much funding can you give us? What we've got to do is we've got to solve the problem for them. We've got to say, here we are, we want X amount of money, this is what we can do. We can train the staff, we can look at at your management, tell them about what gender-based violence look like, so that they understand that you're solving their problem for them. You're not asking them for money, you're actually solving the problem for them, which makes it easier for them to give you the money, give you the money from a funding perspective. The other one is about communities. I mean, we all work in communities already, and for communities, the sort of a stable community is what organizations are looking for, those communities in which they operate. Because if you look at the mining sector, you look at the agricultural sector, you look at the retail sector, the manufacturing sector, the companies that work within those sectors want those communities to be stable and happy and everything. But how do we get them to be like that? They've got to fund us as civil society organizations to be able to help them to support those communities and create those sustainable communities. And that's what we have to do. We've not got to go and find out, so how much CSI money do you have, or how much money do you have towards this project? How can we help you, Mr. CEO, to solve the problem in the community? That's what we have to do. That's the mindset that we have to do when we go in there, in that room, to go and put our proposal forward. I'm almost there, okay? So the best funding proposal is not a request for money, okay? Yeah. It's a solution to a problem. Absolutely. That's what your private sector organization wants to know. It's not about the money, it's about how can you solve that painful thing they have, maybe in a mining community because community is not agreeing with the business, or in any other of the challenges that they might have. One of the biggest assumptions I think that I've done as a civil society person who runs a civil society organization is believing that business invests because they have money. Business invest because they believe in the cause, because they believe in the leadership, because they believe in credibility, because they believe what you call measurable impacts. They can see the impact that's happening, and they trust the relationship. So that's what we have to remember as well when we deal with private sector organizations, because that is what they're looking for. And last thing I want to say is that, I'm very quick, okay? The safeguard is very simple when we talk private sector and we talk civil society. Partnerships, it's about partnerships. It's about how can we work together, because I can't remember who said it of our speakers there, is that once you finish the project, what happens to that relationship? Yeah. We just do it and then we leave. You know what I mean? We've got to try and build that relationship and continue that, because it's about longevity. It's about long relationships rather than just a relationship per project. That's it. Because that's why you hear about companies that got funding again this year from somebody, because we hear it all the time. Oh, they've got funding again. So and the thing is that they took the time to build that relationship. And you've got to think of ways when you leave that relationship in the private sector and you've finished, delivering, is go back to them afterwards and say, oh, I just want to tell you that Lorato has now done this, just to inform them and keep them informed so that you can stay top of mind with that organization. And that's what you want to do. And I also want to say that I agree with what Pinky was saying earlier on. Private sector is there to help, enable, and to support funding to take our work forward. But government is still have to do their side as well, okay? Because so we can't say, oh, government is not going to give us any money now to private sector. It can't. And I mean, we work with the GBV fund, and I think I shared that with Candace. We work with the GBV fund, and when I think about the GBV fund, we, as private sector, was so excited about the GBV fund when it was launched. And it's not where it is supposed to be today from a mandate perspective, okay? From a mandate perspective, because what private sector is saying to us all the time, we had a meeting 3 weeks ago. They say, but Tiki, we've got all of these organizations come to us. Where is that body that looks after them?
Yes.
Where is that body that looks after them? So for me, I think we've got to make it, the private sector's got the money, but we've got to make it easier for them to give us that money. That's what we have to do. And on that note, I just want to say before lunch, I don't believe that the South African businesses lack care. They do care. But we need to change our conversation with them as to how we want to get funding from them. That's what we have to do. That conversation needs to change. And we need to go to them with problems that we're solving for them. Not with asking for money, but here we are. We can, from a civil society perspective, this is a problem that we can solve for you, within your working community. And so the last thing I want to say, and I'm going to read it, let's start building partnerships. That's what we have to do. It's about partnership. If you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, number 17 is about partnerships. Partnerships that strengthen the movement. That's what we have to look for. Protect its independence and create lasting change. And thank you. I hope I was quick enough.
Carmen, you wanted to say something?
Still here.
Oh, you still, okay. I think that was a long session, but it is an important conversation. And we are going to take this conversation forward. We are going to have to engage and really get our hands dirty and work with this information and then take it forward. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all my panelists and to say you're doing the journey with us.
It's true. It's announcements.
No. Afterwards, So I think follow the Not Fit for Purpose campaign, support the Not Fit for Purpose campaign, because you can hear from everything that we discussed in this panel. We need to be strategic about how we engage. We need to know how we do it. We need to have the right information, and we've got to build that momentum so that the money gives us power. Yeah. Right? Thank you very much. From my side, I'm done.
So you did say that there's going to be another session, right?
We need to have on this discussion.
So can we read that Carmen must do work on the 1.6 billion that was earmarked for GDP, right? That's the allocation.
That's not unpacked though.
Yeah, but that's what I'm talking about. That she does it.
Oh, okay.
Yes, she can do that, and then talk about the money earmarked for the cancer.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
The 25 million.
What time are we coming back?
And this is why I'm coming here.
Celine, yeah.
We gave government work, let's just acknowledge that we gave government work.
No. I think to wrap the process up, Carmen, we are asking from all our panelists that this conversation, we did say in our brief, it's a process. Right? So one of the things you can expect from now is then going to be a quick summarizing and a clear proposal and say, this is what we think could be our next step, and we will ask you to engage with that, and that's what we will communicate through the Not Fit for Purpose, that following from the webinar that we've had this panel discussion, what are we doing next? Are we happy with that? Is Amandis? Thank you.
Simone is saying I'm intimidating you. Okay. Excuse me.
Thank you.
Sorry, just announcements, right? Okay. I don't know what just happened there. All right. So we're gonna break for lunch. We will be back at 3:10. The portion after lunch that we're going to be doing is the national dialogue portion. So those that just came for the first portion, which is the commemorating the 1st of August and the panel discussions, can leave after lunch. We do need to have a separate registration for the second part of the conversation. Those of you that RSVP'd received an email that gave you a ticket. You saw it, ne? Yes. Azok. Please, can the people from Mobilize and Miriam and Simonia stand up? No, so they can know who you are. Stood up, my wife, so I saw you. Come. Simonia. Go to one of these people to scan in your ticket. If you are in the taxi that came that does not have tickets, please can you go specifically to Bomi and Kyla? Please stand up. On their computers, and they will sort you out with the manual registration. We do need to register you, so it is important. If you can please do that during lunch. I know you are eating. There are nice parks here. Do the things. And we'll all be back by 3:10. Thank you so much. What have I forgotten? Oh, there's an exhibition next door. Please engage with it.
I'd really like to take this. Yes. So what was
discussion. We are dialoguing with one another, so the answers are going to be coming from the room and also from those of you online. Camille, can you do me a favor and can you unmute? And I just want to check if I can hear you. Camille, you have not unmuted.
She can't.
You can't hear me.
She can't unmute yet. I need to give her permission.
Oh, okay, sorry. So we are going to be granting permission for people to unmute just now. Oh, yes. Can she unmute now? Camille Olelwa, can you please unmute yourself so that I can see if I can hear you in the room? Camille Olelwa, can you unmute yourself and speak into the mic? I just want to test whether or not we can hear people on Zoom.
Yeah, and then send it.
Miriam, have you given these people permission to unmute?
She was coming as far as I know. Yes.
I need to bring David.
The
Okay, I am going to get some tech support.
I'll tell you what I gave do they work with the nurses?
And yes, they do. Assistant, such as.
Other areas.
There is another issue that organizes this. But it's nice.
She's using mine. It's mine. That's what
I would say you guys.
I want that.
Yes. And they were
What she just announced. That's what I want. I want
I was speaking to.
Okay. So when someone raises their hand, just click on the unmute button. So if you click, it sends them a request. Sorry. So what I have to do is, when I see their name, I need to. So if they put up their hand, then we just click the unmute button, and then it'll send them a request to
Unmute Camille and Olelwa at the same time.
Camille and.
Olelwa. Olelwa and Camille, I have given permission now. Please, can you unmute yourselves and say hi?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Mandisa.
Great, we can hear you. Okay, so at least it's working on that side. So
like 3 times.
your registers are
But you have seasons where you post them at once.
Me?
My video.
Hey. You should be able to unmute down to the left.
We can start leading.
Starving.
So David, they just need to put their hands up.
Yes, and then we unmute. Yeah.
Okay.
Can you do me a favor when you're talking, because we need to have this in whoever's talking is on that side. So
Okay.
Mandisa,
Yes.
your meetings allow everyone to meet whenever they want.
Yes.
Okay. Even if you're going to change it afterwards.
Yeah.
Abafazi abalalanga. Abafazi abalalanga. Hey, abafazi abalalanga. Abafazi abalalanga. Yewu, 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 abafazi abalalanga. Abafazi abalalanga. Hey, abafazi abalalanga. Abafazi abalalanga. Yewu, 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 yewu. Yewu, 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 yewu. Yewu, 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 yewu. Yewu, yewu, yewu. Yini? Fanele niwe ucabanga ukuthi hayibo uzofa lo sisi. Yazi same time. Tio.
Mama, Tio.
Tio.
Mama, Tio.
Kuta. Ngiyazi-ke leyo feedback. Wenukhalelani. Uzojika izinto. Wenukhalelani. Isikhalo somfazi usihoye. Wenukhalelani. Isikhalo somfazi usihoye. Zulantana. Zulantana wenukhalelani. Izojika izinto. Wenukhalelani. Zulantana izojika izinto. Wenukhalelani. Lamtana wenukhalelani. Isikhalo somfazi usihoye. Wenukhalelani. Isikhalo somfazi usihoye. Wenukhalelani. Izojika izinto. Isikhalo somfazi usihoye. Wena ukhalelani, wena ukhalelani, wena ukhalelani. Isikhalo somfazi usihoye. Wena ukhalelani, wena ukhalelani, wena ukhalelani. So Jesus, wena ukhalelani, wena ukhalelani, wena ukhalelani. So Jesus, wena ukhalelani, wena ukhalelani, wena ukhalelani.
Hand over to our facilitator. Siqale session.
Comrades, welcome back. Were most of you here in the morning, or did other people just join now?
Everyone was here in the morning. Is also
Here in the morning. Okay. So just to build from what happened in the morning, we had the initial conversation giving us the history of how we got to where we are today, what this 8 years has been about. And we had a conversation about funding. Most of the presenters are not here, and we do know that some people had questions or comments to some of the conversations. So I would just like to get a sense from the room whether people are happy, because this is supposed to be a conversation, it's like a dialogue. So do people want to start by commenting on the earlier sessions, or we just open up for what the session is about? If you feel like we should start with comments from the first session, hands up. If you feel like we should start with what we're supposed to start with now, hands down. Okay. So we are moving from where we are. So in the morning, they said that the national strategic plan that we have is only 10 years. And so it started in April of 2020, which means that it's 6 months and 3 months. So we are left 3 years and 9 months to implement. Now, this being the case, the council that we are talking about, the council was supposed to be or is in a legislation in law, which means that it's supposed to exist in forever until the law is changed. So the law itself is not limited to 10 years. But because this national strategic plan was not just a plan about implementation of the work, it was also about a plan about building or starting this new council and passing the law that establishes this council. We find ourselves in this position that where we because the questions that some people are asking is, if they don't do everything that's supposed to be in this plan, for example, does it mean that in 2030, they just say that was the first 10 years and that was that plan, and now we have to go and do another plan? So the question that we have to ask ourselves is, what do we want to do and what should our message be to government in terms of this time period? You know, the 3 years and 9 months that we have. We have been talking a lot about Pillar 1, which is the leadership, accountability, and governance. But as we know, the National Strategic Plan has 6 pillars. The second pillar is also a very important pillar because it's a pillar that talks to us about prevention of violence. And this is an approach that tells us that it's really late when we start prevention by going to the police. The police are not preventing, the police are responding to violence that has happened. So we need to understand the causes and consequences of this violence from very early on to be able to identify this violence before it happens and then take the necessary steps to prevent it. So we can talk about what are the things that people do or what are the things that people do to prevent violence, but in terms of where we are now, if you remember, some of you we have been meeting, we talked about the 5-year kind of mark, which was in 2025, which had indicators in the National Strategic Plan on what are the things that we should have done by that time. In 2030, we also have the 10-year indicators. The third pillar is the criminal justice system, and I think most of the time when we talk about violence, we focus on the pillar because that's where we run to, the police stations, courts, you know, looking at whether there are remedies or even people have got access, you know, to people to support them. The fourth pillar is the pillar that talks to us about care, support, and healing. And the fifth pillar, who knows what the fifth pillar is?
Isn't it research?
That's
6. Education.
pillar is economic justice.
Economic justice. So with care, support, and healing, I know many times people talk about shelters, the support services for victims, and also necessary healing work for people to rebuild their lives, victims of violence, trafficking, to be reintegrated, you know, in their communities, and all of that. Sometimes people talk about Pillar 5 as saying it's only women who don't have access to resources or women who are poor who are victims of violence. And this is not true because we know that gender-based violence transcends, like goes beyond race, class, religion, you know, whatever grouping you identify yourself with, we all have this problem, violence. But what Pillar 5 says, it says let us empower women economically so that they have more options, better options, you know, to not only negotiate, but to make other choices. But it doesn't have the problem of their exposure, you know, to violence. Now, Pillar 6 is the research pillar. And I think these are some of the things that we have to think about because, you know, many times people think about research as the kind of scientific study, you know, of things, and you'll see themselves. And I think in South Africa, we've had this problem around knowledge, you know, with research. who is the person who makes the research and who is the person who is the subject, of research. There are communities that are understudied, and then there are other communities that are overstudied, and sometimes riding on stereotypes or pre-existing kind of notions about a certain community's exposure or response to violence. But what is important about Pillar 6, the research pillar, is that it says we need evidence for the things that we are doing. Whether we say we are preventing violence, whether it's in the criminal justice system to understand how different laws impact different people, and the justice system itself. So Pillar 6 says we need to have evidence-based interventions. We may think that the reason why something is happening is because of something else. But we may not fully understand how that is. You know how sometimes people can be convinced of a thing, even if there is no evidence that that's the reason of the thing. But if we are to invest or to have policies that are seeking to address a problem, we need to have evidence-based and all of that research that actually confirms, so that we are not going around saying, if we close the sale of alcohol on weekends, then we have less incidents of domestic violence, right? We have to understand the causes. Does alcohol work alone, or are there other things that kind of cause, so that we are able to address the root cause, not just things that people actually believe. Other things about how prevention works, no one is saying there should be no soccer World Cup. But in many countries, what happened when their teams lost?
They become violent.
Incidents of GBV increases. And when teams were eliminated in certain countries, like in the UK, they were eliminated in the semi-finals, the incidents kind of went up. So they were able to document it and actually say, this is what we see, right? So having said this, part of the conversation that we want to have to take forward from the initial sessions is, we want to build this movement. We want to go forward with this work. And I know most of you come from different, formations, you organize on other things. And we are saying that we don't live single issue lives in the same way that we say we just don't organize on single issues. And so part of the conversation we would like to have now is understanding that violence impacts all of us. People who are working on HIV and AIDS know about the links between gender-based violence and exposure. And people who work on issues of other health kind of issues also know about how gender-based violence can be a determinant, on access, even to health services, sometimes, and also exposure to other forms of illnesses. So you are here as individuals, but you are also here as representatives of various movements. We have got these pillars and all of that. The conversation we'd like to have is, how does your movement contribute to these pillars that are in the NSP? And how do you see your movement actually helping to take the collective cause forward? Remember, the first pillar that brings us together, the current fight right now. Not to say that all these other pillars are not important, is the issue of leadership, accountability, and coordination. Because if pillar one does not make sense, then we are going, to struggle with the implementation of these other pillars. I don't know if people remember in 2020, there was an awful case in the Eastern Cape of a young woman who died, but she had been a victim of violence. She went to the police station and they said she needed to have medical records, otherwise they will not open the case because she didn't have the J88 and all of that. But this coordination that we're talking about to ensure that people are not moved from pillar to post is what failed at the time, because you had the Department of Health blaming the department police, to say, we don't need this, like there is no requirement that someone should have this form. In fact, as part of the investigation, the police should have been able to kind of get that. And so that's why we say pillar one is important, because if we are talking about the coordination between the different departments, then victims of violence can be assisted with that understanding of how the various systems are connected, instead of people saying, this is my job, I can only do this. You have to go yourself somewhere to get that. So I have said a lot, and so here this is an invitation for you to say, so it doesn't matter how it comes, but the conversation we want to have is, how do you see yourself and your sector contributing to this bigger piece of work that we would like to do together? But also, how does your sector or your intervention contribute to ending violence, against gender-based violence? Because I think sometimes it's like people say they are working. It's like, what are you doing? What are you contributing towards? Because part of coming together is also saying, how can our individual efforts be supported, so that even if you are working on healing, then you know how you can link up, with other people who are doing other pieces of work. And feel free to actually talk about some of the challenges, that you face in doing your work. But yeah, let's try and think about this. And if there's something that you say you're doing that you don't know exactly where it fits here, do tell us what that is, and then we can work with you to fit it there. Because we said that our Bible in the movement is the National Strategic Plan. And what is important is that when people are doing the work, is to be aware that there are indicators, there are specific services, that need to be provided so that we can respond, because that's what we said we were going to do. So do you think that your work is kind of aligned with the identified interventions, for example, when you are doing the work? So feel free to share how you are contributing, to ending this violence, and also give us your ideas of how you think you can support Not Fit for Purpose from wherever you are. Remember, we said nothing is too tiny. Everything that we do from wherever we are contributes towards this. So whether you are here just saying, use me, tuma mina, mina ngila. If this is what you need, then you can move me here, and this is what I can do. So welcome, and I know people in the room are not scared to say things. It's usually who's gonna say it first. Is the hand up? Yeah.
Everyone.
Okay.
Try and be close to one of these mics so we can hear you. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sibongile Chachayo. I come from the organization called Street Campaign, and I'm also a street community. So every time when we try to intervene where there's a gender-based violence, we tend to have problems with the partners. You come in there, you intervene, and then maybe you tell the other partner that, okay, we cannot handle your case, so why not you take it to the police station? And then maybe the other partner said, no, but I love my partner. If I leave him or her, who's going to support my kids? So I'm staying with him because I don't have internet. And in other cases, we go there and intervene. Tomorrow everything is okay. Now we tend to be blamed. So we don't know what are we supposed to do. And the other thing, some other people are so ignorant. And maybe some, because there was some incident, I think it was 2024 or if not 2023. We went there, the lady was beaten. And when you called her on the side, and then she said that I'm used to that. My boyfriend or my husband doesn't beat me. I'm not speaking of. So I don't know what we can do because this is what we face.
Thank you. Well, we've got your question. Anyone else?
Good afternoon, everyone. All right, so when you're having a conversation, something came in my mind, and it's something that happens all the time. And it's things that people.
Your name.
You didn't hear my name? My name is Tapsi. Hi, Tapsi. How are you? I know I'm so beautiful. I know. No lights detected. Okay, showers. Okay, so basically, there's, the issue of violence is very structural, and I think something that we ignore. So there's a challenge that's happening in many homes that people are ignoring today. And the challenge is the word patriarchy comes out, right? So I'm just going to give a scenario. When a child is identifying either as a lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, or intersex, for example, in a household, the first person that could be blamed would be the mother in a household, right? And now the mother then does not necessarily invite violence, but the father will often perpetrate violence to the mother and say, Uguti, I did not groom my child to be the way they are, so it is your fault. And then that already on its own comes in with a sense of patriarchy on its own, right? So I'm coming back to a challenge where I feel that many people within civil society spaces ignore about gender-based violence, that violence is not just, it doesn't just come as one. It's just not just one victim, but it's perpetrators within a structural base.
Was there a hand at the back? Has it gone down? Okay, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sorwabi Lemjanji, and I'm part of the United Systems. I'd start off by saying GBV has been going on for years now, and there's a situation called where men consider women as weak, and men are biased. I'm sorry for all, but bias is a meaning when men say women belong in the kitchen. We fight every day, our voices haven't been heard. Women die every year, and we don't get the justice we deserve. We never get our voices heard. In fact, as a woman, a young girl, I stand up and fight for all the women. These cases that have been going on for years and haven't been sorted out because men can bribe policemen. As you know, South African policemen don't do their work anymore. If you give them money, the case can just and nowadays they don't understand women die year by year by year by the same thing over and over again. And there's also those mother-in-laws. Just because a man goes with his wife, it's considered as right. A man's phone is not supposed to be checked. Why not? Valid question. When a woman tries to fight for herself, it's considered as she's disrespecting her husband. She needs to obey. She needs to wash her clothes, his clothes. But what does the man bring in the house? Money, I guess. And some women are afraid to lose their men because their needs, their liabilities. But at the end of the day, you're risking your life. Loses day by day by day. But our voices can never be heard. It's funny how policemen in South Africa don't work. They don't do their work done. Every week, these documents of rape, of women being killed, they've been going on and on and on and on. And yet, still, they haven't been answered. Thank you.
Do we have other hands? I also want to hear more about what you can give the movement, right? Remember, we are building this not fit for purpose. It's going to need people to go out to community and mobilize, teach people or inform people what the campaign is about, attend meetings, right? Learn about the different phases of the campaign. That after we've filed the court case, this is the next step of action, and who can come in and actually do all of those things. So I would like to hear about the gifts that you have, for the movement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thanks.
Standing in front of you here is Kamkhelo Mokube from the Ubasadi and also affiliated with 189. My contribution is to concentrate. My contribution is to concentrate with kids that are in families that are not functional. For me to focus on unfunctional families to grow the kids is because I, one, come from an unfunctional family, and I was once in a wrong direction of life up until I found my consciousness and understanding of what I want in life. So I'm focusing on the kids because I realize that they don't know what they want because they are suppressed by what's going on in their families, in their homes. So that's my intake in this. And when it comes to GBV happening in my community, it's another thing that I cannot handle because you get involved in that. At the end of the day, you are the one left with their information because now the partner have been fixing their issues. So it becomes your own problem now to fix because you have the consciousness of worrying about the next person. That's also my thing. And I feel like giving too much to the young ones would give more understanding to the older people for them to see that what they're doing is actually harming the kids for their future.
My contribution is, I'm the founder of Badku Entertainment. I'm also a member of 189 campaign, and I was in the organization that deals with gender-based violence, sex work, and I was advocating for the LGBTQI in my space. So the problem is what I wanted to contribute was also emphasizing on the fact that about women empowerment and how we can sustain it within our community. Sometimes it's hopeless, sometimes it's doable because we agitate ourselves in it, right? But most of the time, because since I was a mama contract, I'm doing sex work today, I'm advocating for sex workers, decriminalizing sex work, and then the contracts end, and I'm doing the gender-based violence, I'm in the gender-based violence space. The contract ends, and then now I'm in a health facility. The contract ends, and now I'm doing the advocacy for LGBT. So I was emphasizing a lot more on sustaining the sustainment of the contracts or the funding that we are receiving from our government, and also emphasizing the fact that the government is responsible for all the numbers that we are having of the gender-based violence. Because even when the implementation of the policies within the facilities, the policy is not sustainable. We don't have any desk representing gender-based violence within the facility. We don't have the policy changes within the facility. So even if when you take the case to the police department, there's no one who is being held accountable for a certain docket for a gender-based violence victim. The last time I was telling Kamu that I encountered a case whereby this woman was reporting her case, and it was the second time they come into the police facility. She was not assisted, and then she was taken back to the perpetrator by the police officers, and she was left at the gate. And the police told her to tell her men that they are coming for him. I don't know when. I don't know if she woke up the second day, and I don't know what happened with her case. Because now I'm no longer part of that contract dealing with gender-based violence. I've now moved to another sector. So we are having challenges. The only thing that we can do is agitate ourselves and volunteer for ourselves and emphasize the fact that gender-based violence is affecting all of us, all over, within the health facility, within the police facility, educational facility, work places. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kehum Jomutonjeng, and I am from the 1in9 campaign, also the founder and the director of a group called United Sisters. Before I give it an answer, can I start by saying the main reason why I'm going to give the answer, it is the main reason why I'm explaining right now. So I started a group called United Sisters. It's a group for girls ages between 14 and 21. The purpose of the group, it is to teach women the real meaning of empowerment, feminism, and them owning everything that belongs to them. Lastly, knowing their place in this country. Because I have realized that the same thing that the lady has mentioned, that we have so many women within us that do not know their rights. Because if you knew your worth and you understood who you are or where you're going, or if you loved yourself enough, you wouldn't be saying, I do not want to be in a relationship with a man who doesn't raise a hand on me. You would know where to settle and why to settle. The main reason I'm saying this is because the group is a group of, I'm only helping girls for a reason. Because I realized that we have a lot of feminists within our communities that do not even understand the meaning of the word feminist. We have a lot of people that advocate for other women, but they don't understand what they are doing. For an example, last week we had a march, right? But even from where I was, I actually learned that there were people who were in the space drinking alcohol. And I said that this is a problem that we are facing. We do not understand where we are or what we are doing. From the moment you know why you are fighting for your rights, that would be then you would know that if I don't take myself seriously, no one will take me seriously. I feel that this hashtag Notfitforpurpose, it's a very beautiful initiative, but it needs to go to the people instead of the people coming to it. If I'm sorry if I'm gonna put it wrong, but I feel that if there's enough funds to say that if you want a quantum, come to us, we'll bring a quantum. Next time, can we think of taking a quantum to the people? You guys leaving your spaces in a quantum and going to the community. Because there's a lot of women out there, or people, even men, who agree with what we are doing, but the only time they get to show up in such spaces, that is if we are marching somewhere in the union buildings. But if we are not marching, they don't know anything about this. Sometimes we take decisions for other people. That is why we end up finding ourselves back in square one, because we've taken decisions for people who do not understand what is it that we are exactly fighting for. So maybe one of the things that can be done, we can start with organizations that are in here. You can say to the organization, are you based in Soweto? Are you based in Val? Where are you based? Can we come to the Val? And this is what we are doing. We need 100 people to be in a hall, and we teach people about the understanding of not fit for a purpose.
Sometimes.
Good afternoon. My name is Ntokozo Mbele. I'm a retired trade unionist. So what I will bring in, I realized that as we were sitting here, I was sending my former colleagues what we are doing. And they keep asking me, what happened to after Uyinene and how they, I said, you have an opportunity to come in. So my contribution will be to rebuild those linkages that we had with South African trade unions, from federations to individual affiliates of each federation. And the second level, in South Africa, we host about 8 global union federations. Because as you know, unions are formed like businesses are formed. You have your SADC level, then you have the global one. So we have them, and I have those contacts. And I realize that we need to inform them about what we are doing so that they can support their affiliates. Now, this last part is my area of interest, but I haven't figured out on how to work on it. Women from the migrant community, and we know that most of them were trafficked into South Africa. They did not come here by choice. So they are in a very precarious situation. And we're going to have to find a way of working with them also. I haven't. The second group of women are the women in the informal economy. There's no one who experiences violence like the women in the informal sector. I mean, let me not compare, but violence in the informal sector is terrible. I worked with them in Durban. It was so painful that women at Durban station would take turns as to who sleep at the start of the queue so that it's you, Spongile, who's raped today. And I go to the middle of the queue. That's how bad it was. Let's do it.
Jessica, you had a Jessica, Siamtanda, and then Lizette.
So, oh, it's not Jessica. Okay, cool.
I'm Jess. I'm with the Sexual Reproductive Justice Coalition and part of Call to Action. There's, I think, just 2 points I wanted to make. I think that for me, it's very important that we understand, so many of the framings of the total shutdown movement was around my body. My body is not your crime scene. My body is not yours. This is my property. All of these things are not your property. And what I like to bring is just recognizing the relationship between the kind of gender-based violence that is coming from the state to our bodies and the kind of gender-based violence that is coming more at an individual level, right? So if you have if you're sexually assaulted, or if you have become pregnant and you don't want to be pregnant, but then you're forced to be pregnant and have a child because you can't access an abortion service, right? Or you go and you are pregnant and you're in the health sector, and then you're actually abused by the health sector itself. And then maybe something happens to you physically, or maybe something happens to the fetus, or etc. So to me, I think that having that conversation and making sure that there's intersections and connections in relation to these aspects of our bodily health and the different kinds of violences that we're exposed to is really important. And I think that it's also important to educate that sector around the not fit for purpose campaign. And so that's what I will be doing. The other thing I just wanted to say was, I think it's really important for us to think about the first question that you asked when we started this dialogue, which was, this National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide is a 10-year plan. They said we will accomplish this in 10 years. That was their goal. That's what they set out, and they gave us these pillars and etc. We're going to focus on these different areas, and I think the question you asked is very important. We know that most of this has not been accomplished at all. We can imagine that when we finally get that 10-year mark, a lot is not going to be accomplished. Do we want to scrap it? Do we want to do something? That's what you asked us. for me personally, I think that having Pillar 5, focusing on economic justice, recognizing that inequality is a driver of all violence, is very, it gives us a huge strength. And so one of the things that for me, I think is really important is the government came out and said that they will commit to 51%, I think, please correct me, comrades, 51% procurement from women-owned businesses for all of their tenders that they have, for all that they, you know, and they're the biggest employer in the country. But I don't know if that's happening. I doubt that's happening. Even in our own organizations and our own sectors, I don't know if we're doing that. It's something that I feel like we really need to commit to. We need to take seriously. We need to recognize how important that is. And the presentation from the morning, Carmen said, you know, there can be policy, there can be statements, there can be commitments, but until the budget is there and allocations has happened, it's just an intention. But she also said that those intentions are very important. And she said that our movement has won when it comes to the policy and the intentions. So one of the things that I would like to propose is that we really come for them around this 51%. We really ask for those receipts because it will make a difference. Thank you very much, everyone.
Zamtanda, please unmute yourself and make your contribution, and then afterwards, Kolela, please. Oh, and I see she secures a smartwatch also. Sia? Unmute, please.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Mandisa, I wrote my contribution on the comments, so I'm covered. Thank you.
Okay, leader, it's fine. I'll leave it out for everybody. From the perspective of in Tanzania, one of our biggest challenges is the poor implementation of Pillar 1 of the National Strategic Plan of Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, particularly in Eastern Cape. There is still a lack of political buy-in, and the fight against GBF is not treated with the urgency it deserves by many government departments and municipalities. They are mandated to lead and coordinate the rapid response structures. Okay, the rapid response. Here it is. That's okay. Abona, this is why I was not keen these things. I can't find where I was. Okay, yeah, I've lost it completely. I apologize. I will put this comment in the report as sometimes I can't actually find where I was. Olena, you're next.
Thank you, Mandisa, and thank you, everyone. I mean, it's, I would say, interesting conversation, but also at the same time, it can be a little disheartening thinking about, you know, the state of, especially gender-based violence in our country. And coming from the perspective of future studies, because, I'm Kolelwa Kashikatia from Indulamiti SA Scenarios. So looking at our scenarios and the variable that speaks to gender-based violence, I mean, our view is that with the persistence of patriarchy, gender-based violence becomes entrenched in our country. And it's largely due to our historical trauma. And what we gathered is that these policies that we keep coming up with and strategies, they fail to address the depth of that societal violence, which is quite endemic, and it's informed by our history and where we come from. And we seem to be unable to get past that trauma. But then what we found most interesting is how also it impacts on societal values. As we all know, that most households are led by the very women who are, oppressed and are the victims of gender-based violence. And I'm wondering, with this work and this campaign of Not Fit for Purpose, if we can now, not looking to the future, but looking to the past, to think about how, in the process of making our constitution, I've come to learn only recently how instrumental the Women's Coalition was in informing our Bill of Rights, especially when it comes to Sections 9 and, all the issues that have to do with equality, dignity, and so on. And these are some of the things that we treasure as part of our Constitution. And that was the effect of that women's coalition, where women realized that CODESA and the process leading to CODESA 2 and the making of the Constitution was going to leave them out. And the fact that we were all together with the men in the trenches before the end of apartheid, it did not necessarily mean that we were going to realize a free country for women. And that's how these women mobilized. And I'm wondering if we were to be inspired by that, because I think we need to lift our gaze now, because there's been all these promises. I mean, even gender-based violence being declared a pandemic, you don't see the response that you would see, for example, in how we responded to COVID, where we saw business and everyone falling in to address this pandemic. So how do we then get inspired by those women? Because it was cross-sectoral. And I think what really triggered this input was the previous speaker who also referred to the unions, because that coalition, it was women from across the spectrum, whether it was women in exile, women in the country, from the National Party, from everywhere. And it was because they realized that, should they sit back, we will not find equality. But then that actually is what actually gave the human rights texture to our constitution, and we don't even take credit for that. That it was the women who were actually instrumental in that constitution making process. However, we abandoned it, trusting that the politicians in parliament are then going to just implement the constitution, ensuring that all those principles then are addressed across the spectrum. But it seems like that's not the case. And we've learned, it's more than 30 years that we've learned that we cannot assume that because we've put in those principles in there, they will be addressed. How do we then go back to pick up that baton from those women then across the spectrum to actually infiltrate that space again? And also not take the eye off the prize, because us stepping back thinking the constitution will deal with these things, we know now that it's not enough. We cannot trust men who are politicians to actually ensure that those principles are carried out. Thank you.
And then the hand in the back.
Hello everyone. Meli Mahudi Simelani. I'm from the Asadi Foundation. I'm under MCC Church at Soweto, LGBTIQ feminist. I don't know if my point is gonna fit to all these things. I realize in the healthcare, there is a lot of things happening and then nobody noticing. As a Christian and believer and Nyanga at the same time, we have a lot of issues. People, they lose their mind and they don't have anything to do about it. And I can do example of one of that patient that I saw in the clinic. That lady, she said, I was doing a lot of job and I was working very hard for my children and I got sick. And then this sickness, it was like, I don't know what's happening to me. I wake up, it's like I was dying. So, to all these things, everybody gets happy when you see you standing here doing the job. The moment you get that, how can I call it, a breakdown, nobody cares about you. And nobody think about you. You've got no one to look after you. You've got nobody cares about your children. As LGBTIQ, my life, I'm still a lesbian till today. I have 32 years. staying with my partner, looking after the children of my brother who passed away many years ago. So I raised those children. And looking after these children is not nice because gender-based violence, it was already there. So people, they don't take you as a LGBTI, as a human, as a person. You get the bad treatment at work, you get bad treatment at community, but we are doing the work. We change the people. I raised the child from 6 months. She's 15 years today. I never had a child of myself. I took the child of everyone like my child. So sometimes you get so many things hating, like because of you don't have your own child, you cannot do anything. As the world that doesn't like you as a lesbian, you cannot do anything. So those things are hating and changing your mind, changing the way you do things. And when you don't have money, you are nothing in this world. So my point is, how can we work together as a community and the members and the organization to help LGBTI, because of they come from the houses that the parents throw them away. They don't like them. And then we keep them to our houses to help them, to give them food, to give them shelter. At the end of the day, we don't have budget to help them at the end of the day. So I'm working on the process of the priest in NCC Church. There is a lot of things happening in the world. People, they get thrown away from South Africa. What do you call it? Refugees and asylum seekers, and it's not nice. So I'm trying to ask if there is any chance or any help that we can do to help each other. We are a human being. We are the one. We grow up with small houses, I can say 4-room. Doctors come from there. Nurses come from there. Teachers come from there. Today, we've got so big houses, but we want to stay 3 of us. To stay with the people from another country, it doesn't mean we do harm. We're helping each other. We're helping each other. We're supposed to do that. That is a humanity. That is a love. And that is a healing. That is a care of each other. I can say, you said, Tumamina. Where's those women? They will say, Tumamina. I can do this. I can take all these kids in the street and cook for them and give them food, the food where they are. No one doing that now. I can go to the old age home and help the mothers and the grannies and the gogos. Nobody do that anymore. Where are those women? They were standing for the world. They were standing for the community. Even we hear our neighbors crying. We cannot come out now. We're afraid. How can we get help?
to do that work we were doing before. We can't do it together if not fit for our purpose helping us. And together we can build our nation, our nation.
Is Matapelo Macheru from Serapeng sa Ditlhare and Environment NPC in Val. Serapeng sa Ditlhare, we focus on building sustainable solutions. So what we do, we train women. We train women on how to design their cooking bag, skincare products, because we believe that women are the one who are mostly affected by climate change and cases of GBV are high. So what we are doing, we encourage women to do their own things and provide re thusa bomme hore ba ithuse hore ba ikemele ho starta di-business tsa bona ka material e leng hore o available. So what we are doing, re ba encourage hore they can start their own business ka the available materials e leng hore di teng pela bona ba ya di bona without going to the shops and buy the stock. So that is what we are doing at Serapeng. We train women, we encourage them.
So, 1 minute past the time they want us to be out of here. 4:30. So we have to close. It's Wits University. The security can be here anytime. We don't claim to have answers to these questions, most of them. These are questions about what does prevention look like, some of them, when people try to intervene. There's a lot of work and information around that so that people don't feel like their help is not needed. Because you need to understand the psychology of violence. Why a person would say, I don't feel loved when I'm not beaten up. What has happened to that individual who say those things? But also the understanding that many people who are victims of violence actually do know that violence should not be happening. What makes hard are the options, but what they want more than anyone else is for the violence to stop. And that victims of violence actually do not like when people actually act like, because they are victims of violence, they don't know how to think for themselves. So what we call help at the time has to match the need that the people has. Because if the people could walk out of abusive relationships, they would have done that. They don't need anyone to say leave. Nobody wants to be beaten up. Even if they say that, or even if you see them performing happy couple the following day. So there is work that we can do together around prevention of violence, because then it's about what is the most effective way of supporting someone who is in an abusive relationship without being judgmental, without questioning their choices, to move from a place of understanding. That's prevention work, because then we help. Because one of the scariest statistics around violence, femicide, 75% of women who are murdered in intimate partnerships are more vulnerable at the time they try to leave. Because the abuser recognizes that the power is coming to an end. So when we tell people to leave, those are some of the things that we have to think about. It's about where are they going and what kind of safety measures are for them, because we've seen this. So I'm saying this as part of not giving a whole response, but there were many kind of questions like that. That part of us spending time together in this response is about empowering ourselves so that we do not tire, but that when we think we are helping, we actually understand why people sometimes say the things they say or behave the way they behave without us feeling like our assistance is not needed. What I would like to invite you to do is to take this QR code, because we are trying to build a community. Part of these dialogues, this is the beginning, but we are continuing. These are happening all the time. We like hearing those suggestions about quantums not coming to vets, but quantums going to VAL. Because there is work that needs to happen for that to happen. If you join here, you are joining a community. And the invitation is for you to build your local chapter and begin mobilizing for Not Fit for Purpose. You can go there, you can set up a VAL chapter, and you mobilize people to be involved so that we can see that VAL is growing. Yeah. And then VAL says, this is the time. So that's the request that we are making, to say we are going to journey together. It's going to take a long time. We also don't have the resources for all of these many quantums. But I don't want to be standing here every day, because I know that you have the capacity to learn about these pillars, to learn about the campaign, so that you can be trainers in the community. And this is part of this journey together that we are inviting you to. At the back, there is another QR code with links to resources. All the webinars that we have had, if you have got data, you can just have your laptop, invite people and say, listen, people were talking about these pillars in 2020. You are joining now, but we want you to learn about what these pillars can do. So this session, we are asking you to join a movement, Not Fit for Purpose, to learn where we are in the struggle, and to say you have the power, because we have to go back and organize. You have heard what you have heard. In this community, you can come and ask questions in WhatsApp and say, this is what's happening. We cannot do this. We don't actually have like resources. We got money from one donor. It's not a lot. It's coming to an end soon. But we believe that many people are doing this work already. And what we are asking you to do is to think about the things that we are doing individually and coming together with other people, so that we can say to government, enough is enough, and have a never again that means never again. The power is in our hands. The power belongs to the people. We are the people who put people in power. And we are the people who can take people who don't serve us from that power. So let's go back to our communities. Let us mobilize. Let's tell people about Not Fit for Purpose. And let's be ready to serve. Mastumek. Thank you.
Don't forget about the 11th of August, comrades. Hambani mobilizer, sihlangane ngo-11 August.
Yes.
Yeah, angizange ngisho ukuthi ama-condoms are unlimited njalo. So sheshani ningitshene.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your time.
What number? Thank you. Have a very nice day.
Hey, mara yazi ni space.